Alright, is this thing on? I cannot hear myself at all. There we go. That is really quiet. Well, we are live. It has... How long has it been since we've done a live stream? April 28th was the last time we were live. That is a long... That's almost 6 months. Well, we're here and today is not a big day. It's a slight risk day, as you see above me right there. Broad slight risk. And, but we thought, you know what, we haven't streamed in 6 months, and the plan for this season was for us to come back and do a live stream. So even though today's not a big day, it's an opportunity for us to get back into it. And of course, as we start getting more events later this year, in the second season and stuff like that, we will, of course, have more content. So yeah, not right now, not much going on. There's one severe warning here in Missouri. This would be for wind and penny-sized hail. So take a look at that. Yeah, looks like we got a little gust segment right there near Everton. So that was in Everton, northwest of Springfield. This will not affect the city of Springfield. It does include northwestern Greene County, but does not include the city of Springfield. This will be for severe winds and sub-severe hail. So, all right. Oh, I don't have audio output capture at all. Okay. That's all right. Looks like we do have a new severe warning, unless it's just that one that just updated. And again, some things are still in beta here. Some things are still not quite finished yet, but we are definitely working on it, and we'll be improving things over time. Just give me one quick second as I go ahead and post it to Twitter or X, whatever people call it these days. And then let's see, we will put instruments on there. We'll do OBS do the warning bar just in case we need to manage that. Hey, there we go. Hey, that's what I'm looking for. There we go. All right. Everything is nice and dandy. Yeah, right now, not much going on. We're just kind of watching things. Kind of like what we did on April 28th, just watching things, nothing too serious, nothing out of the ordinary. But I do think it is going to pick up as we go throughout time this afternoon. I don't suspect that we're going to have a lot of tornado warnings today, and that's okay. But we do expect at least to be able to talk about some stuff. And, of course, trying to find... There we go. Trying to find Little Rock's chat. We'll see if we're live till the QLCS tonight. I think the QLCS tonight's going to be kind of interesting for sure. So if that is the case, then we're going to have an interesting night tonight for sure. LZK, well, we need Memphis and Fort Worth. So just getting IMBot chat set up, because that will help get us information on what's going on. Cool. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get rolling here. I do want to talk about the current situation. That is really loud. Goodness gracious. And gave my ears a good jolt right there. Hopefully didn't give anyone else's ears a jolt. But we do have two different watches in effect right now. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch and a tornado watch. Of course, unfortunately, my WSV3 is... I got a new SSD and I didn't really customize every single thing on WSV3, so it's still the old style, a default style, but There is a severe watch across parts of eastern Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas, and southern Missouri. And that might be why my ears blew up. And then a tornado watch out here for that would be McCurtain County, Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, and northeast Texas, as the environment down here may be a little more favorable for tornadoes this afternoon. So again, today's not going to really be a big tornado day. I think we'll mainly only see a few tornadoes today, especially at least this afternoon. I think we will potentially see a few more tornadoes during the late evening hours with the QLCS. But if I go over to, let's go ahead and let's see, is that going to pop up on there? There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and look at some modeling here and see what's popping. So let me select the right state if I can. Let's go ahead and take a look at the guidance for this afternoon. Switch that time to local time. Really kind of a messy storm mode today. Not really a very organized storm mode. A lot of little popcorn showers, kind of disorganized line segments, things like that. But we could potentially see some organization of the line as we go into this evening, especially in the overnight hours. You see that QLCS developing in Mississippi, Louisiana tonight. And if that line ends up being favorably oriented with the shear tonight, that could prompt a few little spin-up tornadoes within that line, even as it gets into parts of Mississippi, Alabama, areas like that this evening. But I would say the greatest potential for tornadoes today is not necessarily going to be with this afternoon. It's not going to be with the line itself. It's really going to be, why do I keep going there? Is really going to be with these more slightly discrete storms out here out of the line in central Arkansas. And again, the environment isn't really all that impressive. It really isn't. This is the STP. It's a composite parameter of instability and shear. Values just aren't that high. Helicity values, again, quite marginal, but they will increase as we go throughout time. And you're probably noticing how high the helicity values are out here across parts of the Tennessee Valley, even to the Ohio Valley. But the reason why we're not too concerned with severe weather out there is because instability is so low. There's just not enough moisture, not enough instability out there to really take advantage of that wind shear. But we will deal with strong pressure gradient winds tonight. Many areas going to be kind of noisy tonight across parts of the Tennessee Valley, Ohio Valley, Midwest as that low strengthens. So any loose outdoor objects, you're going to want to secure them because it's going to be breezy tonight. Maybe some isolated power outages as well for some areas. Maybe some defoliating for those leaf peepers out there. Some of the fall color may be diminished by some of the weaker leaves that get blown around from those wind gusts. Not really damaging, 45, 50 mile per hour wind gusts, not over the top. But it's a little early in the year for that. We typically see these type of windstorms occur either later in the month or early November. Not something we too commonly see in mid-October, so we're getting kind of an early start to these big systems, but just be prepared for some breezy conditions tonight and even into tomorrow morning. So, what do we got? We have got kind of a broken helix stream there in East Texas. Of course, Carmen's out there around the Illinois-Indiana state line. And, that's a problem. That should not be... Give me a second. That should not be like that. Today's SPC risk is not moderate. Thank goodness. I'll have to see what I can do to change that. Give me 1 second here. Shoot. What did I do to... Oh boy. Give me 1 second. Okay, so it is on the... There we go. I got it. All right. That kind of happens. We're trying to get away from using stream elements. Not that it's terrible, but that it mainly is just its automation just isn't there. It really isn't. And there we go. That's a bit better. Okay, now we're actually on it. Should North Louisiana be concerned with tornadoes this evening? There is tornado potential this evening. In fact, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at that tornado risk for tonight. We'll pull up Weatherwise. Maybe one day they'll sponsor us and we'll see what we can do. Let's go ahead and pull up the. To go ahead and there we go. Go ahead and I feel like it's been so long since I've streamed it, I forgot how to use OBS. But here we go. So this is the tornado outlook for today. 5%, very broad tornado risk, all the way from Texas all the way up into southeast Michigan. It's a very broad risk, but the main focus is really going to be in that 5%. Even at 2% as we go into Mississippi, Alabama with that QLCS threat tonight. Again, low-end threat. This is not really anything to, be too panicked about. But I would say my areas for tornado concern, if I was drawing the outlook, okay, of course, obviously SBC is going to do these sort of blanket outlooks rather than, really zonal areas. But I would definitely watch Central Arkansas, maybe would watch Southern Missouri, and then of course I think from Northeast Texas into Mississippi tonight. So Northern Louisiana definitely is in the risk for tornadoes, low end risk. I would say your chance of seeing a tornado 5%, of course, with the SBC outlook, but it's not a very organized threat. And also consider this too. If the line that develops later this evening ends up taking a more slanted appearance, where it's more slanted rather than more vertical, more north-south oriented, the tornado threat's going to be significantly lower. But if the line takes some more north-south orientation, that's going to be more favorable for tornadoes. So keep watch of that line orientation. That's going to be very important as far as the tornado threat is concerned tonight. And of course, we'll also have to watch any cells ahead of the line if they get organized. And one good thing about tonight is that there is a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and that's going to end up favoring more storm development. So you're not going to get a lot of these discrete storms. Where storms form, they may cluster up pretty quickly. They're not just going to stay discrete for a while. They're going to end up clustering. In fact, you can see the HER here has that line very slanted now. Again, this is not exactly what it's going to look like. It may look a little different from this, but we'll have to see. And really, even if the line is slanted, if there are any favorable kinks in the line, any bends in the line, or any cells that are embedded within that line, then that's going to be where you're going to want to watch for tornadic development. But really, for the most part, even as we go to around midnight here, I think we're just going to be mainly watching a wind threat. Maybe I-65 corridor in Alabama, still dealing with that wind threat. Tornado threat, not too concerned with it. Really not. But we'll have to see. As far as anything materializing, I'm trying to keep my eyes on chat, but right now my setup is like really just, I've got screens everywhere. event screens everywhere. Eventually, I need to put a screen up here and above my eyes and put YouTube chat up there. But you may be wondering why the background looks different than it did back in April, why everything's kind of flipped around. I'm experimenting with setups here in the office. I'm just seeing what works best, what's most efficient, and the setup I currently have now is okay. I think I do want to eventually kind of wall mount a smaller screen up here so I can kind of just look directly at YouTube chat or other things, but really it works. Works right now, so. But yeah, feel free to ask questions in chat. We've got a lot of time for questions. We really do. Just with not much going on right now, it's really easy to just talk about stuff in general. The greatest wind threat with this storm near Ash Grove, you can see there's lighter velocities there. There's stronger returns showing up, indicating that we do have stronger winds there. Let's see. Of course, radar here about 300 feet, reading about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So they may drop that severe warning if not going to get any reports of wind. Again, the criteria for severe wind is 58 miles per hour or greater. And oftentimes, again, these warnings are very easily issued. They really are. So I guess we'll see what happens there. And of course, if you do have any reports, obviously first person to tag on social media will be your local NWS office. But do feel free, if you have any photos or videos, to send them to us on Twitter at WeatherTrackUS, and we will be sure to mention it. But really, as far as anything notable happening, really just special weather statements, I am noticing this line is starting to get a little more character to it. It's not as messy as it was. You can see the storm's really congealing there, so if that continues, we'll probably start to see more severe warnings on that line in West Arkansas. Seeing a lot of cells developing out here in northeast Texas. And the environment, sorry, we don't have mesoanalysis on weatherwise, do we? I don't think we do. Which is fine. But really, we can check velocity on any of these cells. Not really seeing much in terms of circulation. Nothing really. Of course, we're kind of in a radar hole, but it's going to be a while before we see any of these cells try to rotate. They're not really in the best environment either. Yeah, that could go severe warning soon. That line segment in west of Magazine near Booneville, Arkansas, Charleston. And don't know if any mention has been made on that line segment. I don't know what office is responsible for that. I believe that would be Little Rock, if I'm not mistaken. Which would be in Logan County, Arkansas. That should be Little Rock, I think. So, Chasing Day, almost in Little Rock. Do you think the better tour handle? Yeah, I think Central Arkansas has a chance within the next 3 to 4 hours. I think that is a potential will increase, especially if these cells. We'll go to Gear 2. If these cells organize a bit more, I think that will support the potential for tornadoes. But really, Texarkana area, Central Arkansas, I think is going to be the corridor for today. I wouldn't roll out South Missouri either, but I do think that we do certainly want to watch Central Arkansas around the US 65 corridor this afternoon. US 65 and 167. There are no really vertical interstates in Arkansas, so it's kind of hard to do labeled interstate corridor. Alrighty. Not sure what happened there. Carmen's stream just died? Yeah, it's still going. Just need to refresh it. This is what I mean by beta. Everything just reset for some reason. I'm not sure why. It's a bit concerning. No new launches have been issued. It's just everything is kind of resetting here. No, I think Carmen's stream is actually down. It's a bit concerning. Okay, so yeah, the stream is just down. It's been unfortunate. That's all right. We'll put Helix in there. He is near Tyler, Texas. Forgot the pin quads. Oop, don't want to scream at him in all caps. So Helix, by the way, we are working with Spark Service today to provide live chaser feeds. Of course, Carmen is one of our own, but maybe a couple of other feeds say later this afternoon if any of them are chasing out there. So that's what we have out there today, and hopefully we get Parker in here in a little bit. But yeah, the Helix is positioned there in Tyler, Texas, just on the southwest side of Tyler, Texas. And yeah, those cells over there don't really look very organized, but I guess they just developed and they're in an environment that, assuming that shear increases, instability remains strong, we should see some increase in the twin threat next hour or two. Yeah, STP on wrap is near 1 right now. Actually, the helicity doesn't look too bad. It looks bad by this season's standards. Normally we'd we'd look more for 400, 500 in October, but it's so early in the season, it's all right. Yeah, Southwest Missouri is another area I'm looking at, but it's just, even though the shear isn't that bad, it's actually kind of decent. The storm mode is just a mess. Not saying nothing can't happen. Something can definitely happen up here, but this is not the storm mode you look for as far as tornadoes are concerned. Wind and some hail, sure, but not really a tornado threat. In fact, this is almost looks stable up here. It really does. Even though I know it's really not. It's just these storms almost look more elevated in nature than they do surface based, just looking at radar itself. Or they're just very gusty. That could just be it too. That's interesting. I don't think that's tornadic, but there is a segment here near Willard I'm going to be watching. It's very weak, but perhaps could try to organize. It's an environment where it could organize. It's just a question of, will it organize? It's got about over 100 SRH to work with. That's at 0 to 1, which is decent. It's okay. So we'll see what happens there. For a second, I thought it said Ryan Hall. It says Ryan Hill in the chat for the description. Got Ryan Hall's lost brother. Really, Quads is out there in central Arkansas. I'm not sure exactly where he is, but just cloudy, gloomy. I gotta figure out how to get pictures onto the stream easier. And that little circulation that I was watching here, Willard, Missouri, doesn't look too great anymore. Not, I don't even think it really was a circulation to begin with, but it was an area of interest. You know, not much is going on right now when you watch a circulation like that. But and also, by the way, I don't want to leak anything too much, but you see a GR2, but maybe one day we'll work on our own radar program that will give you guys much more information about what's going on weather-wise. So, or I guess radar-wise, and maybe we'll incorporate some of our chasers into that program too. That'll be really cool, but that's a concept right now. Some models show some storms wrapping around a weak surface low. Time with some things have severe potential. If they're behind the cold front, probably not. I mean, we can look at it for sure. We've got there's plenty we can look at right now. Let's see. You're talking tonight around the surface low. Let's go back to 17Z. Ah, these storms here. Well, let's take a look at it. All right. So those are the storms. There is some instability behind that, actually, even behind the cold front. Looks like it's just actually that's not even behind the cold front. That's just behind the main initiating boundary. That's interesting. It looks like instead of the storms firing along the cold front, they fired along a random boundary, and that's interesting. So, yeah, I think they may. They're not gonna have any tornado potential, and the reason why, those low-level winds instead of coming out of the south, they are like ahead of the storms. They're coming out of the northwest, so that could definitely be good for wind potential. But as far as tornado potential, no. So those storms may go, if they actually do form, they may go severe warned. But I don't think they're going to be any type of tornado concern. Every stream is just breaking right now. I don't know what's going on, man. Everyone's breaking. And again, I apologize for taking a long time looking around at everything. This is the first stream back on a okay, so common stream is back. Just looks like 144 peeped. It's insane. We'll put him back there at the top there. So I think, is he still in Indiana? I think he's still in Indiana. I probably gotta change that to Indiana. But I will definitely figure out this layout and setup throughout today and in the future. There's a lot I've got to learn, because like I can do all of the testing. Okay, I can do all the testing I want before stream. I can do all of that, but nothing will ever be as good as going into a live stream and actually using an operation. And that's part of why I'm streaming today, is just figure things out, because one day we're gonna have an actually notable event, and I'm gonna make sure that we can actually work efficiently, not just in my setup but the team as well. So today we're a little short staffed, but given the fact that today's not really a big day, I'm not too worried about it. It does appear we do have a new severe warning. I've got to figure out where that is. That's going to be in Tarrant and... I got to get familiar with my counties again. That's going to be Tarrant and Johnson County in North Texas. That's going to be this cell right here that is warned for severe winds and large hail. Let's take a look at velocity. Not much of a look there. Maybe a little gust segment there near Burleson, around Keeler. As far as hail is concerned, you can probably see where that hail is located there near Joshua, Cross Timber, Marystown. So for those along the I-35 West corridor, that was going to be around Cross Timber, Briar Oaks, Wooded Hills, over towards Pleasant Point and Lillian, even near towards Mansfield. You're probably going to deal with some strong winds and large hail over the next little bit. I'm not sure why the severe warning's not popping up here. Let's go to GR2. That will give us the warning. There we go. That's a little better. Oh, interesting. What did I miss here? Again, I'm not thinking tornadic, but that looks like a downburst signature right there near Joshua. It's like a pretty strong downburst. About 50 to 60 mile per hour velocities. Overturns on the what they also call bins. But dang, it's like a nice little downburst signature with some hail as well. So yeah, Briar Oaks, Burleson. I think the hail core does stay a little bit to the south of Tarrant County, but it could move northward, especially if it expands. So that would be Briar Oaks, Lillian, Mansfield, going to be the areas to watch for some large hail. Post a pic. Rest of Arkansas, maybe some sky. All right. Yeah, again, if you have any photos with safely, if you have any photos from a safe position today, even though storms aren't really dangerous right now, but of course, if they do become dangerous, and if you are in the path of them and you can safely take photos, feel free to send them to us. But of course, if you have anything important like a tornado or hail or severe winds, be sure to tag the NWS as well. That would be very much welcome. So, also I shouldn't mention tomorrow as well, because I know I've been getting a lot of questions on Twitter about tomorrow, what our plan is for that. I don't intend to stream tomorrow. I kind of have a busy day tomorrow with, of course, church and some things later in the day, so I think the window for streaming will be very short, probably too short to actually do any coverage. So if it's really serious, though, then we may, but more than likely not. And I don't think tomorrow's going to be serious. It looks like just a little very skinny anemic QLCS that produces 40 mile per hour gusts across the Northeast. That's not really stream worthy. Karma Stream is really having trouble, but that's okay. So is Helix's. Maybe let's Quants have a stream. Give me 1 second. All right, I'll see if he. I guess in the meantime, we can probably look for some traffic cameras and see what we got there. We'll have Rome, our camera master, look for anything interesting. What I do want to do is get some audio output capture on here, so that people can hear things. All right. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the cameras. It looks like just like a really measly, just kind of This storm mode really kind of makes me angry. I don't know why. Just trying to figure out where... There's really not a lot of organization there. I've got to really fix that. That's a problem. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, Springfield's really going at it with SPSs. But I wonder if my, the warning banner, I wonder if that's accidentally picking up. It shouldn't. It's very well filtered. It's very well built, but it may be picking up on SPSs as severe warnings. Or what's happening is that when severe warnings get updated, it's feeding that as a new severe warning. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to change that. I'm going to add it to the list of things I need to change. But that is why. That's, again, another reason why I'm streaming today. It's not supposed to be like a big, huge stream. It's supposed to be something that works. Let's see. Is Carmen back? Let's see. No. Finding the stream. Okay, so Quads is going live soon, so we'll have his stream. We'll probably prioritize him since he's near the near more of the at least seemingly robust storms. And again, this isn't going anything against Helix or Karma. It's just especially when you're working in rural areas, cell service goes to absolute garbage sometimes. So it does get pretty difficult to keep it up. But yeah. Which is part of why we also use traffic cameras to I definitely want to keep my eye on these cells. The rock. They don't look too good right now. They definitely don't, but they do pique my interest a little bit. In fact, it looks like there might be some weak spin starting to maybe starting to materialize right there near the Roche. I don't know. I am by no means sure, but we'll keep an eye on that and see what goes on there. If we take it, go back to GR2, we'll take it a higher test and see if that looks any bit interesting right now. Let's see if it has any type of mezzo. Not really. It really doesn't. One near Magnet Cove also kind of has a little bit of mid-level circulation on it. But given the environment just isn't too great, level shear is pretty weak. Even instability isn't great. There's about 1,000 mixed layer cape around these storms, which isn't terrible, especially for mid-October, but could be better. It is actually kind of interesting how the tornado watch, we were talking about this before stream, the tornado watch across Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Oklahoma is legit just in Shreveport, CWA. Which is really interesting. And I gotta figure out why warnings aren't warning here. I'm not sure why. I don't know if there are any data settings on otherwise, so that might just be a server issue. But this storm here that's approaching Mansfield is indeed severe warned. It's just, I guess, deciding it doesn't want to pop up on otherwise. Not sure if it's an issue on my end or if it's just... I'm not sure. But Mansfield, Lillian, up towards Watsonville, Deer Cove, and the Cove, you're gonna be ready. You should be ready for some heavy rain, lightning, some wind, and hail. But it looks like the hail core isn't as... Yes, okay, there's a severe warning. There we go. It's not as strong as it was before. Of course, it could be just because it's near the radar, but it's definitely a little bit less defined right now. Yeah, I guess it just didn't quite update the warnings properly. So I guess it wasn't a me issue, but there's the warning. There it is, warned for severe winds and hail. But yeah, not going to be a very significant storm. But for those in Mansfield, you could see some strong winds and some hail. But you know what? I think DFW might get something. That's Jackson, one of our team members, chasers. I don't think he's chasing today. Today really is. No one's looking at it like, yes, I'm gonna chase. I'm gonna get it's just like, yeah, I'll chase. Which, hey, is great. That's great. That's interesting. What's even going on? Like, something is just... I don't even know. Everything's messed up right now. OBS is absolutely junk. Start crashing out at everything right now. This is terrible. Goodness me. Also, if there are any audio problems or any visual problems that you guys notice, please mention in chat so I can fix it. And we can keep this going, because even though I can hear myself and I can see everything, there are some things I do miss. So I can't always see everything, but there are things I do miss. It's like these cells here in Northeast Texas, like they've got that curvature, they've got that bean look to them, but they're just very miniature. They're not really that good looking. Which obviously is a good thing for the people in these areas, but does make for some kind of lame coverage. Which again, good thing overall. We are noticing that there are more SPSs being issued for these storms, and they're with wind tags of about 50-55 miles per hour, so these storms may not be too far from being severe warned. And you can see the consolidation of the line here, especially with those supercells. You see a couple of those supercells right ahead of the line right there. In fact, I bet you if there was a little more shear in the environment, this cell here would probably be producing a tornado right here if there was more shear in the environment. But the shear is fairly weak. You have a shelf cloud. Nice. Let's see it. Let's see. I gotta also remember to check Twitter. Also what am I saying? Carmen is in... Oh, that's interesting. Give me one quick second. Give me one quick second. One quick second. Carmen is in Sullivan, Indiana right now. And he's got some scud. Once I can get the so I can get things kind of working here. There we go. There's Carmen's photo there in Sullivan, Indiana. Just kind of some interesting structure, kind of typical Midwest sloppy structure. But a tornado threat there, not really much of a concern. Yeah. Oh, I'm ready for it. Hey, look, if I'm not too tired, I mean, I've been up since like 6:30 this morning, so I don't know how long I'm gonna last. But if I'm still up at like 3 in the morning, we'll probably be live for the QLCS that comes through here. Here's a view from Nico Scaper. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right. Let's go ahead and I gotta figure out how to get. Let's see, that should be all right. Yeah, nice view there in Russellville, Arkansas. Kind of a sort of a almost stable shelf cloud right there. Almost looks more like a roll, but there we are. Nice photo. And of course, again, you guys can send photos to us through Twitter. Can't wait to build my own radar program. I'm low key tired of being fixed to a radar program. Karma is definitely having some stream troubles. Not sure if it's bad reception or what, but hopefully might send him a message and let him know. It's alright. Okay. Check up on these cells and I'm gonna keep a little eye on that area right there near Lonsdale. See what it looks like on velocity. Not much, but not a surprise though. Let's go up and tilt a little bit. Probably a weak meso on that cell, I would say. Definitely a weak meso, but not anything super impressive. Kind of not surprising for a kind of moderate cape, weak shear environment. But I think these two cells here are definitely going to be the ones to watch. The ones near Hot Springs and Lonsdale. And these are heading towards the Little Rock area. I don't think necessarily they're going to produce in the Little Rock area. I think they're going to take their time. But I think it is worth watching if you're in the Little Rock area. I have to figure out what's going on as far as the what is going on with my map? What in the world? Alright. Well, we are getting some more severe warnings. Let's go and start with the one in Missouri. A little line segment east of Springfield that's producing, or is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and small hail. Check velocity. And yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see some strong winds occurring with that. Most of them are going to be sub-severe, but remember when we're dealing with severe storms, not everyone in the severe warning is going to experience severe caliber winds. But that the severe warning is stating that within this area, severe winds are possible. These storms are capable of producing severe winds. So that is, I think that's a good warning there. So Seymour, Hartville, Mansfield, Missouri, not Mansfield, Texas, like the other severe warning that we're watching in Texas. Conway, Evergreen, Phillipsburg, just south of Lebanon. Not really going to be a concern for Lebanon or Lebanon. I guess I go off the Tennessee pronunciation, how they do it in Tennessee, which is Lebanon. Not sure if it's the same in Missouri. But Norwood, Bryant, Filer, gonna need to be indoors away from windows, as this storm has potential to produce severe wind gusts. So keep an eye on that. And let's go down. Let's see, we have another severe warning down here. In fact, this storm near Jacksonville and Gallatin just got warned for severe winds and hail as well. Even with a little bit of rotation there, I do see that mesocyclonic circulation there near Elm Grove and Ponta and Striker Creek Junction along, let's see, that would be Texas 110, Texas 204, and US 84. Possible tornado earlier. There is... Where would that have been? I know there were a couple circulations we were watching before stream, but I don't have any knowledge of any tornadoes that have occurred so far today. I can check Twitter here to see what's going on. Don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a couple of funnel clouds in the area with some of these storms, but as far as tornadoes are concerned, it's hard to say. Oh, I did miss an MCD. I forgot about that. There was a new MCD. Pleasant Hill, Missouri, about 1850 Z, so that would be about 150. That shouldn't have been the circulation we were watching earlier, right? See, you said Pleasant Hope. I don't know, maybe. It's very weak. In fact, there's another... I wouldn't be super surprised. I would, but I wouldn't. If you know what I mean. Interesting. I guess we'll see if any reports come out from that area. But... it's hard to say. Oops. I love Weatherwise. It's a great program. Their graphics are amazing, but I hate their UI. I'm just gonna say it like again. This is no shit on Weatherwise, but this UI is awful. That's like my only complaint about it. Well, maybe I just don't know how to use it. That could be it too. Maybe I'm just not technologically advanced enough for that. Yeah, it seemed like, in fact, I wonder if I can get it in Jira too. It might not be too far back enough to where it's not going to fit in data. Let's just see. Here we are. That's the last. It's not the last time we can go back. You know what? You might actually be right, my friend. It's very, very faint. I'll tell you that, it's very faint, but it's there. Kind of there. It could be noise. It could very well be. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm definitely seeing some lowered ZDR right there as well with that CC drop. So what you're looking at here is reflectivity, velocity, CC, and ZDR, which is ZDR is the bottom right. And what we want to look for in ZDR are these more negative values. So the more gray and black pixels here is what we look for when we're looking for TDS. It's usually pretty good whenever we're uncertain about a tornado or a TDS, CC drop TDS, tornado degree signature. And it looks like we might have definitely had one right there. I wouldn't say definitely, but it is possible. A little sneaky tornado. Those are ones that are always a little hard to catch. That's probably why we need Mason here. Mason usually is always on top of that. I think the last time he's missed something was when he was born. By the way, the severe watch in Eastern Oklahoma has been let go as the line has moved through. The only county in Oklahoma that has any sort of watch is going to be McCurtain County, which includes Idabel. And the only reason why I know McCurtain County is because of November 4th, 2022. It's the only reason, it's like the only county I know that I know where it is in Oklahoma. I couldn't even tell you in the OKC Metro where Cleveland or Canadian or, I know they exist, but it's just a matter of, I know the counties, I just got to know exactly where they are. I got to know exactly where they're placed, but I think Oklahoma's an Oklahoma county. I want to say Cleveland County is more Norman, and Canadian County is one to the west of that. That's my guess. But I could be very, very wrong right there. Hopefully I didn't insult any Oklahoma natives. Hopefully Ninja's not going to beat me up for that one.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I just now got back from the bathroom.
I was talking about how McCurtain County is like one of the only counties I know exactly where it is and what it is. I hardly know what counties are in the OKC Metro and where they are. I assume Oklahoma may be in Oklahoma County. I think it's called Oklahoma County. I'm not sure.
Yep, OKC is Oklahoma County. Norman is Cleveland, and the one just south of that along the river is
Canadian?
McLean.
Oh, McLean. Oh.
Canadian is El Reno.
Oh, okay. So I was like 75% right. All right. The type of stuff we talk about when there's really not much going on. Still a severe wind threat. Not much changed in the last time we talked about it. And for the Seymour and Mansfield storm in Missouri, so it could produce some 55 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Hail, not going to be much of a concern. And in fact, I think weather-wise, the same issue that RadarScope has in really overdoing VIL. There could be a localized area of some maybe severe hail around Seymour, but when you have a storm mode like this, a configuration like this, not going to be too concerned about hail, but it does look like there could be at least some small hail. Maybe just sub-severe hail. That would be about penny to nickel-sized hail around Seymour, Missouri. Hello, Marcus. What's up? But you know who we've yet to see in chat? It's gonna be Mark Paley. He's the guy who tunes in every stream. And yeah, that severe warning for Burleson and Mansfield is gone. That storm is now moving into Dallas County, or is actually in Dallas County, near Duncanville. And is no longer severe warned that I can tell. Yeah, it's no longer severe warned. So we're down to 2 severe warnings at this time. And that is for the East Texas one and, of course, the one in Missouri as well. I do want to talk about it. I meant to talk about it like 2 minutes ago, but I apparently am stupid. The new MCD. Well, I guess you wish. It came out like 24 minutes ago. 14 minutes ago. But intensifying thunderstorm activity accompanied by increasing risk for severe weather still probable through late afternoon across Missouri, Arkansas, and even in the very extreme southwest portion of Illinois. And not even mentioning hail. Kind of interesting. But I would not be surprised if they do label those cells in central Arkansas, if those do start to intensify. That could be a point of discussion for the SPC in a little bit. Hello, Cheez-It. What's up? So we'll keep watching that. Good news is, Quads does have a stream up. So go on and pop that up and get that up top there. Well, she's looking a little more interesting on... What did he say he was? Little Rock. Okay. Let's put Central Arkansas. I cannot wait for the day that some of these things are going to be automated. But again, everything's in beta right now. Everything is just in beta. Um, but we're working on it. Why is my GPU like whirring like crazy? Not even sure what's going on. Um, that's unfortunate. Is that not the right link? No, it is the right link. That's an unfortunate consequence of my program. Something I need to also update is that it doesn't accept unlisted streams. The more you know. That's all right. We're gonna make it public, and that will help. What I gotta figure out is why my GPU is. Can't be WSV3, right? It would just be that. That did help a lot. I don't even know what's going on. All right, let's get that sorted out. And yeah, Southwest Arkansas actually does look fairly decent as far as the environment goes. If we can, let's see, I can look at Meso analysis as well. See what that looks. What is going on, man? Tabs are messed up. Very messed up. STP is near 1, which, you know, I know some people crap on STP, but Meso is actually pretty good. It's fairly good on Meso analysis. It's off the wrap. I use it. It's been fairly decent. Helicity, effective helicity is still not great. It's just not a terrible photograph. It really isn't a terrible photograph. Could be better though. All right. But let's see. A lot of instability though, I'll tell you that. That's one thing that could sometimes make up for weak shear is instability. If you have strong enough instability, that can sometimes compensate for weaker shear. I don't think 2500 joules is going to really compensate much, but it certainly can in some cases. So still that wind threat in with that line segment there in Missouri. In fact, they're getting some higher bends there west of Hartville. I think if you had that in Hot Springs, you're gonna miss it. Unless you want to get the line instead, but these cells you're probably gonna want to stay ahead of them. Of course, the northern cell died, or is dying in the process of dying. Meanwhile, these two cells are still trying. In fact, that looks like a little bit of weak circulation there near Owensville. So for those in Owensville, sorry, east of Owensville, in Saline County, probably time to pay attention. Of course, definitely still want to watch these storms on the Architects region. We do have a couple supercells at this supercell here near Prescott. That's a fairly decent meso for that size storm. It's a small storm, but it definitely has a mezzo on it. The other storm is very popcorn structure, not really conducive for tornadoes or really even severe weather in general. That looks like a destructive merger happening near Reclaw, and that severe warning may be canceled at some point, as that merger has been quite destructive to that storm and is weakening it. So that storm may already be below severe limits. There's probably going to let that go um, in a little bit, but we'll see how that happens. Really, the most severe storm that we have right now is in Missouri. In fact, what is that line? That's interesting. It's like we got just storms everywhere. We've got this little line right here, a little very weak line. It looks like the cold front, but the cold front is still back here. The cold front is still lagging behind. But that's coming to crash down onto that line segment there. It's gonna be an interesting interaction. Maybe a downburst segment there near Jenkins. They do have. Sorry, excuse me if you heard that. Did not expect that to happen. They do have some hail near Seymour. So I guess our suspicions earlier were correct when we saw those elevated VIL returns. That there is some hail, but some radar programs like WeatherWise and Radarscope do often overestimate VIL. And GR2 is usually the best at that, so that does line up with some of the reports that we're seeing as far as hail is concerned. There we go. Alright, that should work. Gonna need to fix that. Give me one quick second here. There we go. That's more like it. As to why that broke. What's even going on, man? OBS just loves to friggin' mess with everything, man. Everything's broken. Hate everything about this. Alright, so we got Quad Stream up. He is over there in Central Arkansas, trying to catch up to those prefrontals. And, yeah, those cells aren't really tornadic right now, but, and they're probably kind of hard to see. But maybe we'll get a little bit of a better view of them in a bit. If we have any cameras near there, that might help us see a little bit better. Let's see, we've got some cameras on Hot Springs, Lonsdale. That would be a little far south. I suspect that the cell just east of Hot Springs is probably weaker than the cell to the northeast. I have a pretty good suspicion that's the case. So that would make the northern cell, more interesting. In my opinion. Alright. Didn't it already happen? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I also gotta get. There we go. All right. So, all right. Right now we're watching two chasers. Quads is heading into the storm, or at least the storms in central Arkansas that are west of Little Rock, or southwest of Little Rock. And then Helix is on the storm, or at least not really on the storm, but he's near Longview, Texas, which is going to be the. Who's Longview? I know where Longview is. I'm not. There we go. So right around here ish. So I think he's actually closer to Athens, but I think he's targeting Longview. But he's gonna have to blast east for anything. So um, yeah, if the tricky part about today is really the fact that is my camera out of focus too? Is that what it looks out of focus to me? I'm getting distracted, but the thing that is interesting about today is that given the synoptic setup, the level of response is fairly poor. And thus that results in weaker shear in the low levels. So these storms are gonna struggle to really become robust supercells and produce tornadoes. Now, if this was occurring later in the day, like 5, 6 o'clock, then we would every time a little more about tornadoes. But it's also hot too. I don't know how accurate, but I can look at METARs. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think Helix's thermometer may be a bit off, but 92 degrees. I mean, that's a little high. But the other thing too is we're running into overmixing. So what's happening is that the atmosphere is heating up so much. I mean, temperatures around northeast Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas are in the mid 80s, but dew points in the actually not too bad in Texas. Dew points are in the 70s, but it's definitely a problem further east where temperatures are coming to the mid 80s, while dew points are stuck in the 60s, and that's resulting in overmixing. So when you have that large temperature and dew point spread, you tend to have weaker storms, higher base storms, especially in a low Cape environment like this, and that just doesn't really do well for supercells or tornadoes. Also, one thing I hate about today, it's Saturday, and it's college football season. And I would love to be watching college football right now. I love to be watching all the SEC games. But, it's unfortunate that we're streaming. uh, obviously, we can't share, the games, or we get hit hard with copyright. All right, you thought that the whole Reed and Brad and Charlie situation was interesting. I think it's a lot more interesting. So we're not gonna do that. But yeah, Vanderbilt beat LSU. That is interesting. But I guess depending on how long we're streaming, we'll give some updates on college football. Yeah, my camera is definitely out of focus. I can't see it too well from my vantage point, but it is a little bit out of focus. Might be better, right? Turn saturation a little bit too. It also could just be dim. Could also be it too. Danville, Arkansas. Sure. Let's see. Where is Danville, Arkansas? Yeah, you do have some, there's some strong storms in the area, but they're not severe. In fact, they're a little below severe limits. Still probably producing some gusty winds, and gosh, I hate that feature. Yeah,
There is
gusty
an
winds.
SPS on it.
Yeah, there is an SPS on it for 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but I do note a couple little areas of interest here. Not very well organized. They're very broad. There's a broad circulation up near Stafford, a little one there near Macedonia, but really nothing too notable. Just some gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning. In fact, speaking of lightning, these storms are not very heavy in lightning, which tells me that the atmosphere isn't incredibly unstable or these storms aren't that well organized. But I do know where there is a little more spinning in the storms, where there's stronger returns on velocity with stronger winds, lightning activity is definitely increased. So we definitely have something going on. These storms aren't just dead weight. They are alive, but they're just not significant. In fact, that is an interesting supercell right there. In fact, wasn't that one dying earlier? Didn't I say that one was dying near all the way back south of Adona? Now it's just back. Kind of back. And these cells here, west of Little Rock, they're getting really skinny, which is usually a sign of weakening. It can also be a sign of cycling, and that maybe what's going on too, but that can be a sign of weakening. In this environment, that wouldn't be a surprise if they are starting to weaken. Little area of spin near Bland. In fact, pretty much just now north of Bland. A little bit of spin there, but not organized. Not anything that's going to really be a tornado concern anytime soon. One thing I am going to do before I before I go back to the dashboard view, I do want to add weather-wise into that window. Give me one quick second here. Do want to give viewers an opportunity to see weather-wise. Yeah, it fits perfectly. Look at that. Yay. That's right. Oh, hey, look, it got severe wind. As soon as I said it was weakening, it got severe wind, which is interesting. And again, it may not be weakening; it may just be going through a little bit of a cycle. But that cell got really skinny there for a minute. So there is a new severe warning out here for northern portions of Saline County and western portions of Pulaski County. So that's going to be warned for 6-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Or sorry, not 1-inch hail, less than penny-sized hail. So hail, not really concerned with that storm. This will pass west of Little Rock, so not going to be a concern for Little Rock itself. Little Rock Metro to the west, yes, but not the downtown area itself. And I got to learn how to pronounce things. Enunciate, rather. I tend to talk a little bit too fast, and it ruins my speech. Actually, you know what? What can I do here? Local host. Probably should not say it out loud. Not that anyone can access it, but. Would it be count? What? Oh yeah, 12 possible tag 2. I forgot to mention that. Do I even have that function on my banner? Let me see. Once it pops up here, I want to see if I do have that function. Um, Very curious about that. It's not even picking up the severe warning. What the heck? That's unfortunate. Remember, this is still in beta. It is. There we go. It just hasn't picked it up yet. I am working. There we go. Okay, so yeah, I do need to add a Tor possible function to this. So, again, this is a really good thing I'm streaming today because that gives me a great opportunity to see how things work in real time and gives me a really good trial run here. But did they let that? Okay, so they did let that severe warning in Texas go. So that's good. That storm is no longer severe. So we have 2 severe warnings. We have the one up here in Missouri. In fact, that could probably be expanded. They may issue a new warning for a continued wind threat with that. But here's an evolution that's really interesting. You see those very cool storms that are on. I guess they are on kind of a cool side of the air mass, and they're just stripping away at these more significant storms. In fact, that is what I want to watch right there. I'm glad I played a loop, because that right there near Hurley, if you watch the evolution of that, see that really tighten up right there. It may or may not produce, but we will keep an eye on that. I guess in the meantime, we can look down towards the cells down here. See if they're doing anything, and really not much is going on with these storms. They are more just wind makers. And I'm not alone in watching that area near Hurley. I'm definitely not alone, so that's good. Wow, Helix, look at that. What storm is he on? I guess his radar hasn't really updated. Goodness. That is some pretty nice structure. Maybe he is in long view and his GPS location isn't quite there, but wow. Look at that. Got some structure. It doesn't look very tornadic, but yeah, we're watching that area near Hurley, Missouri. Doesn't look as good as it used to. She looks like it weakened on the, yeah, it looks like it's broadened out a little bit on the latest scan, but that's a very interesting interaction right there. Nice. Still continue wind threat with that severe warning. So they'll probably issue a new severe warning ahead of that. I think they're going to do that. But wow, that is a view from Helix. I don't think it's a tornadic storm, but that's you notice the vent really isn't crazy when we're getting excited about storm structure. It's just frankly, I'm a little happy about that. My GPU is still running a little bit. Actually, you know what? It's actually manageable. It's fine. This room is going to get very hot, though. It's already 82 degrees in this room. When wintertime comes and we're doing severe coverage, man, I might have the window open during severe coverage because I can actually let cool air in here. What I need to do, even though of course this house is central air and it's really good, I might actually get like a window shaker unit, like a window unit just for this room alone. That would really help, especially during spring and summer severe coverage. It'd be excellent. But I think Quads is getting a little closer to the cells over here, which again, this storm does remain severe warned for parts of Saline and Pulaski counties. Again, really not much to talk about in terms of rotation. There's a little bit there, but it's nothing that is impressing me too much. And yeah, that storm near Prescott, definitely got my eyes on that one for sure. Doesn't look insane, but it's a storm. It's why you know what? That's actually got a decent meso on it. It does. It's side lobe, that's for sure. It's definitely side lobe, but here we can check it from Shreveport. Yeah, there's a little bit of side lobing there, but it does look like there is a pretty good meso on that. I would definitely be keeping an eye on that storm near Prescott for sure. If that can manage to stay out ahead of that line and take advantage of the increasingly favorable environment, I think that will be our storm. Could be a storm of the day in Arkansas. That very well could be. I think it does have the potential for that. I would 100% keep an eye on that one. We'll check up a tilt even though we're already kind of high in elevation. Just to see what's going on, yeah. That's a meso, alright. They may pull a Tor possible SVR, if not, maybe even a tornado warning on that storm near Prescott. I wonder what. Let's see, that's now entering to Little Rock, CWA, I think. So we'll see what Little Rock does with it. I wouldn't be surprised if they do go ahead and pull a Tor warning on that if that meso does continue. But that is for sure an interesting storm. But it's got if it wants to produce a tornado, it's gonna have to stay out ahead of that line for a little bit. Now it could suddenly merge into the line and be an embedded supercell, but there's a severe warning on it now. So I did go ahead and severe warn
By
it.
the way, there is a dot camera looking at that supercell in Prescott.
All right. Yeah, let's go and pull that up.
It would be exit 49.
Exit 49. It's 54. Oh wow. Or 40. Did you mean 46?
Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
I misread it.
Yeah, that's all right. Here we go. Going to be the camera here on. This is gonna be near Prescott. This is looking back in the storm, and there's a lowered area right there. Let's see. We're facing eastbound, so we're looking back into that storm from the southwest, and that could be something there. I'm not saying a tornado's bound to happen right now, but that's some decent structure for a supercell in this environment. What will northwest Mississippi look like? Your severe threat's very questionable. I think you do have the potential for, of course, heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds, very possible. Tornadoes, not much of a concern. You're kind of in that region where the environment's overmixing, so storms will probably weaken after the I-55 corridor, and then they may re-intensify later on. But we'll see what happens. But I would be prepared for severe winds, maybe a tornado later this evening. But we'll definitely keep an eye on that camera and see if there's anything that comes of that. Hopefully Rome can also keep an eye on that too. But that is a meso right there. Again, maybe a little bit contaminated, a little bit of side lobe right in there, but there are definitely clear indications that there is a mesocyclone going on in there, and that cell is... oh, there we go. All right. They have just tornado warned this cell. That's going to be warned for, of course, the potential for tornado and 1-inch hail. So there we go. First tornado warning of the day. And it's on this cell that's northeast of Prescott. That will include Gurdon, Gum Springs, and Arkadelphia in Caddo Valley, Arkansas. Hopefully the... how often is refresh? Is it? Okay, it's gonna be a minute before we get a new, before we get that ticket update. Again, I'm still working on all the features of the warning tickers and stuff. So, I think Central Arkansas may be it as far as our greatest supercell threat today. But this cell I think is gonna have quite a bit of time before it gets absorbed by the Lions. So. There we go. In fact, what I'll do is I'll refresh the browser and see if we can get it to, there we go. Maybe. Oh, beta software is just awesome. There we go. Took it a second. But there is our new tornado warning that has been issued by, let's see, this is Little Rock, I believe. So, gonna be warned till 4 o'clock Central Time for Clark County. And radar indicated circulation, of course, nothing confirmed on that. If we go back, let's see what the camera looks like. Let's see, Prescott here. That's the wrong one. Of course, it looks a little more like Scuddy, but this will be your camera to watch for sure. As we're looking back into that storm, so this is the 21 storm in Caddo County. So I think it's Caddo County, right?
Okay, Star, we have an update on Helix's location. He is near Tatum, Texas.
Tatum, Texas. Okay. So I guess his GPS just isn't working very well. Also, I mistake for Caddo County, got it confused. It's Clark County, not Caddo County. Just want to make that clear. So yeah, Helix is definitely on the storm too. It's not impressive, but it is a storm that did have some nice structure earlier, but either I or you maybe can message Helix and see if he can get his GPS working. It seems like it's a little bit off. I don't know what he can do about it, but we'll see what we can do. But
All right, just told him about the GPS being off. He's in the process of fixing that if he can.
Sounds good. All right, so again, we're going to keep watching that storm in Arkansas. Real quick, I do want to take a look at what's going on in Missouri. We do have more severe warnings that have been issued. I did expect that we would see an extension of that severe warning with the Seymour storm eastward, as there is continued potential for damaging wind gusts. We have a couple more severe warnings out here to the east around Farmington. This is going to... that cell's got a little bit of a hook to it, but it is not really showing. Yeah, that's might want to watch another cell for rotation here. Let's go back to just the radar for now. There's not too much going on with the cameras. We will put on a camera and we'll go to the dashboard in a minute, but there is definitely a cell we're going to watch. So if that can organize a little more, we may see a tornado warning issued on that. Oh, this is going to be in Farmington, Missouri. Another severe warning cell out here. Going to be mainly a wind concern down there near DeCoin. Or DeCoin? Tamara? And Pinckneyville. Quite some interesting town names there in southern Missouri, or southern Illinois. But the main concern is going to be with this tornadic supercell near Gurn. This is actually a fairly decent looking supercell. It's fairly healthy. And it's got a meso on it for sure. So as this supercell nears the radar site, we'll be able to tell a little bit more about what's going on with this storm, how organized the circulation is. Right now, there's no confirmation of a tornado, thank goodness. But we are concerned that may change in next little bit as the cell continues to become more organized. And let me pop back up the camera. We'll take a look back at the, if I can select the right camera here. Yeah, that would definitely be the storm. That's our storm right there. And that's looking back into the mesocyclone. And there's definitely a wall cloud. There is a wall cloud there. Too hard to tell there's a tornado. I don't think there is. But the resolution is a little bit low. But that is a little bit of a sight right there, I'll tell you that. So this is going to be basically paralleling I-30. So we're going to keep a close eye on that, because that does have a lowering right there. So for those who are traveling along I-30, if you are, let's go back to the radar and to that camera in just a moment. If you are driving on I-30 from near Boston up towards Caddo Valley, you're going to need to get into a safer place that isn't your car. Your car is the worst place you can be for a tornado. Even though there's not one going on right now, let's treat it as though there is one going on. Or any roads, quite frankly, not just the interstate. So try your best to get into a building, gas station, or a public building that you can stay for a while until the storm passes. Even the line, quite frankly, because the line could produce some strong wind gusts as well. But if you are in Gurdon, Gum Springs, Arkadelphia, or Caddo Valley, this is going to be in central Clark County along the I-30 area. You're going to need to be in a safe place. That's going to be an interior room on the lowest floor and away from windows. So that is a hallway, a closet, bathroom, a small place where you can put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You're going to want to get a helmet. If you don't have a helmet, that's fine. I do always recommend a helmet, but pillows and blankets will do the trick just fine as well. So basic tornado precautions from this supercell. We don't have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground, which is good. We hope it stays that way, but let's treat it as though there is one on the ground out of best practice. So I'm going to go ahead and make just a tweet to let people know what's going on, because our Twitter followers also matter as well, along with you guys. And we'll also pop up the Exit 54 camera here in just a second. While we're doing that, we're going to pop on the dashboard view. You guys can see everything too. Well, maybe see everything. Helix's camera kind of has struggling a little bit.
You should check the stream chat, by the way.
Yeah, well, yeah, I see that. That is actually a fairly distinct wall cut. I'll go to that. Let's go in and check that out now. You said exit 56?
54.
54, sorry. There we go. Not as well defined there, but it did have a wall cloud on that a minute ago. In fact, you can just see the large mass in there at the top right. So I think we'll stick to the 46 camera for now. But there it is. That's a pretty nice looking supercell by chasing standards. So, boy, that's looking pretty good, storm wise. Concern me a little bit.
Okay, Helix says he's charging, so the stream may go down potentially.
All right, that's all right. Just give me one quick second while I figure out this tweet. Also, I noticed we are hovering between 30 and 40 viewers, which is actually really nice. So thank you all for tuning in with us and watching these storms. We're doing our best to stay on top of it. But it is a little tricky when we're working with a new setup here, new layout, and all of that. Of course, we're a little short-staffed today. It is Saturday. It's college football day, and of course, live stuff going on too. So, but we're working with it. So we appreciate everyone who is here with us today. There is a new tornado watch. I want to mention that real quick. Let me see. We'll talk about this tornado watch real quick here. It's a small tornado watch that's focused across central Arkansas. It is for a couple tornadoes possible, isolated ping pong sized tail, and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts until 8 o'clock this evening. So from Camden to Warren up to Heber Springs and Searcy, that includes the Little Rock Metro, Pine Bluff as well. You're going to want to be aware for the potential of tornadoes and severe wind and even some hail as well throughout the next about 5 or so hours. I think the threat will be over before 8 o'clock for most of these areas, but we'll let you guys know when the threat is ending here on YouTube and on Twitter. All right, let's go back to... Actually, let's take a look at that. I'll refresh this page here since apparently some cameras struggled to refresh. We'll take a look. It's starting to get a little far away. Yeah, it's starting to get a bit far away. That's a bad look. Yeah, hopefully we get a better look at this. Say we could see a bit of the wall cloud, a bit of the mesoid storm at the top right there, just behind the logo. That could be part of the storm there. That we need to watch, but keep an eye on that. Ugh. Still a decent meso. It doesn't look as tight as it was. Of course, we are getting closer to the radar site, so it's beginning to become a little more well-defined as far as the... That is a wonky shape of tornado warning. You really got specific there, Little Rock. It's not as strong as it was, but I do think, to a degree, that circulation may have been a bit side-lobed, or that signature may have been a bit side-lobed. Now it looks a bit more realistic. And I do think we are starting to get... Yeah, Supercell is starting to get a little more absorbed within the line. Now, if... Alright, let's just play out a scenario here. Okay. If the Supercell interacts with the line favorably, where the outflow of the line properly enhances the RFD of the supercell, that's going to spawn a tornado. More than likely, it's going to produce a tornado. But if there's more destructive interference, where the outflow of the line goes against the RFD or inflow of the supercell, then that's going to shred a tornado potential for this. The tornado potential will be pretty much zero. So we'll have to watch how the supercell interacts with the line. It could go either way. This supercell could either produce a tornado very quickly, or it could end up being shredded by it. Now, for those who may be tuning in and just saw a tornado warning issued, I am not aware of any new tornado warning that has been issued. I think what's happening is that the tool is getting a bit confused as far as what's an issuance and what's an update. I can fix that really quickly. I just... In testing, we haven't had a lot of opportunity to test this. This has been our best opportunity to really test this software. So I apologize for any little miscommunications, and I just want to point that out. This 21 is the only one we have in effect right now. So just want to mention that. If there's a new 21 warning, we'll let you guys know. But we're working out a lot of the details. We're ironing out some of the issues. So if you see an issuance, it can also be an update. But we will be working on that eventually. So I apologize for any confusion on that. I do want to check on this supercell in Missouri because this is the one that we were also looking at that did have a hook on it. Rotation still very weak on it. So hopefully I muted my mic there. It didn't sound like I muted my mic, but I hope I did. So we'll keep an eye on that. There is a little bit of rotation that we may be wanting to monitor. So if that does become more organized, we'll definitely talk about that a little bit more. But we may see a tornado warning on that cell as well. Still very much in question. Let's see. Elsewhere, we've got a broad circulation near Dardanelle. I think that's how you pronounce it. South of Russellville. Russellville is very populated. Broad circulation there. Not much of a concern for a tornado. Oh my goodness, my errors. If you've been watching Weather Track videos, like the forecast videos, I have been terrible with arrows recently. But a little bit of broad circulation there. May or may not tighten up. Could still go tornado warned. Officers do like to tornado warn these broad circulations, and I don't blame them. They usually take a while to organize, but they do sometimes produce tornadoes. The main concern with this line here is going to be gusty winds, maybe some isolated flooding as well, and of course lightning. But it's not severe. Really, the only severe part of the line is down here, around Louisville, Bodcall, Willisville, and Roston. So for those areas, you're going to want to be indoors and away from windows for the potential of damaging winds and ping pong ball sized hails. So definitely away from windows, as those strong winds can drive hail into windows. It's rare, but it does happen. Looks like Quantum may be taking a little bit of a break there behind a really wide truck. That's a very wide truck there. Interesting. I wonder if he'll give us a status update in the server and tell us what's going on, where he is, and the happenings. That's what I like to call it. You know, I never say the word happenings, and I just said it right there. Like it's I'm making stuff up. And as far as any camera views on that tornado warning cell near Gurdon, don't really have much of a view on that. But the radar presentation, I'll tell you, it's not incredible. It's very inflow based, so you have a lot of inflow that's being fed into that storm, but at RFD, that rear flank downdraft is really struggling to wrap around that inflow and produce a tornado. It's very broad, so that circulation is very broad. It's struggling to really organize. If a storm wants to produce a tornado, it's going to need to tighten up that circulation, and it's really not doing that right now. So it could be a bit before that thing produces, and let's hope it never produces, but it could. But there are reports of trees down in the Seymour area. If you remember that earlier, we were talking about that storm producing damaging winds and some hail. That is verified. So these storms in southern Missouri are damaging. So they are producing strong wind gusts or severe wind gusts and knocking down trees. And that's part of why we strongly suggest with these severe warnings, even if it doesn't look like much on radar, you've got to be indoors and away from windows because trees can come down. And it's not just hail that can break windows, but it's debris as well. So for those in Kabul, I think the threat in Norwood is probably lessening at this point, but Houston, Rubidoux, maybe that's how you pronounce it, Rubidoux. I'm bad at pronouncing town names. I apologize. I'm not good at pronouncing town names. Licking, Sherrill, Houston, Edgar Springs is going to be in South Missouri, so southern Missouri. You're going to want to be indoors and away from windows as strong damaging wind gusts are definitely a concern with these storms, along with some small hail. There has been some small hail reported.
I believe it's pronounced Rubidoux.
What's that?
I believe it's pronounced Rubidoux.
It is pronounced Rubidoux. Okay. Because when I think of I think of EAUX, like a lot of people in Louisiana pronounce it. So I'm just gonna assume
I'm
it's
gonna
Rubino.
look it up just to confirm.
Yeah. But I apologize if I mispronounce anything. I don't mean any offense to any town or any person who lives in town. I'm just, I'm from Alabama. We've got our own interesting town names that people from out of state aren't great at pronouncing. Um, it's just town names aren't my really expertise. um, Even though I'm fairly good at geography, I'm just not good at pronouncing town names. Still a fairly decent looking circulation on that storm. It's got a lot of work to do if it wants to produce a tornado, but no debris signature, nothing like that. Not going to be a immediate concern. But I think we're going to lose visual clarity of that storm from the traffic cameras, given that line is approaching fast. And if things continue on their track, okay, the outflow segment of this section of line right here that I'm highlighting, that can move right into the RFD of that storm, the rear flank downdraft of that storm. And that's pretty much all that storm needs. If it gets a good kick in the RFD, that could produce. So we need to watch that very, very closely. Let's hope that it doesn't. Let's hope there's more destructive interference with that cell than constructive. And I know destructive sounds like it's a bad thing, but it is a good thing when we're talking about storm interactions. So need to keep an eye on that and hope for the best, because this is over fairly populated areas. It's approaching Arkadelphia, which is home to the Henderson State University. I think at least a few thousand people live in Arkadelphia. And of course, we got people traveling on roads and all that, so it wouldn't be a great place for a tornado to be, for sure. And the general motion of this supercell does bring it up towards the Little Rock area. Now, obviously, I think by the time that this cell approaches Little Rock, that cell is going to be within the line. But line-embedded supercells can still pose a notable risk for tornadoes. So just be aware of that as well. Looks like they have updated the tornado warning once again. Or no? I don't think so. No, my bad.
By the way, Star, I think that you are not live on Helix's feed.
You're right. I am not. Let me refresh it. Thank you for mentioning that, because... Oh, there we go. I am now.
Now I've got a stream pulled up over here. Yours reads 322. It's 332.
I have fixed it. I have fixed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The delay is a pin.
Hey, what's up, Mark? Yeah.
And the behind.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I need to pay more attention to is updates, because we have our own custom software that deals with video feeds and all that. It's still in beta, just like the warning banner stuff, the warning counts and all that. Everything's still in beta. We're rapidly improving everything and all that. And this stream, part of the reason why we're streaming is so that we can figure this out. So by the time we have a real big event, we can have everything ready. So I appreciate everyone tuning in. I think we broke 50 at some point. So we have 40 watching right now. So I appreciate every single person tuning in here and joining the coverage. And of course, if you're in the risk area, we hope you're staying safe and aware of what's going on. So I do want to make a quick note of pretty much everything north of I-40, east of Little Rock, that sort of vicinity, the US 65 area north of Little Rock. Those cells are a mess. It's rain and lightning and really nothing else. I think there could be a few isolated gusts in here that may develop, especially around here towards the backside where that more robust part of the line may move into those cells. Could have a few little gusts, but nothing really of concern in northern Arkansas, and that's good. That's a really good thing. The main concern for gusts is up here in Missouri. We've already had reports of trees down near Seymour, And that's probably continuing off to the east towards Rubidoux and Sherrill and Houston. And they did cancel this severe warning for Farmington. That's a cell that we're watching as far as tornado potential as well. It's got a mezzo. It looks pretty much about the same as the one in Arkansas does. Not super well organized, but a cell of interest. So for those around Farmington, I do want you guys to be aware of that. Near Leadington, Deslodge, out towards Bloomsdale. I think this may pass north of St. Genevieve, or maybe get near there. I guess we'll see what happens, but that is a cell that is showing signs of rotation. Not severe or tornado warned, but that could change. I do want to promote caution with that cell, that it could be warned again, or even tornado warned. All right, so let's go down to the south and check out the Arkadelphia cell again. Still not much change. Trying to figure out what's going on with... That's a nice looking storm. Do we know where Quads is? There's no way he's on the Mayflower storm. There's no way. That storm looks like a mess on radar. To be... I think Quads might be on that Arkadelphia storm. What in the world? Is there anyone that may be able to give me a status update on Quads? Because that's a really good looking storm. Oh, it does have a mezzo. Okay. It just looks really it just looks really yucky from okay, yeah, there is a mezzo. So maybe he is on the Mayflower storm. That's impressive. That is really impressive. I can probably see if I can check his Twitter. See what's going on here. Okay, he is on the stutter. He is on the Mayflower storm. He just posted on Twitter. So that is the Mayflower storm that we're watching. So he definitely has a large wall cloud on that storm. It's not very well organized, but it is still a tornadic storm. It quite frankly is a tornadic storm. So for those in Mayflower, you're going to want to be aware of that storm for sure. Now, the velocity signature almost looks like it wants to kind of go outflow dominant. It almost looks that way. But at the same time, the structure of the storm itself does look a bit more tornadic in nature. Also, a quick college football update, since it is Saturday and we're streaming during football season. Georgia Tech beat Duke and OU beat South Carolina, in case anyone was wondering. Because right now, if we weren't streaming, we'll be watching college football along with the weather. But because we're streaming, we're watching the weather. And that mezzo near Gum Springs and Arkadelphia is becoming a lot more messy. It is definitely showing signs of being torn apart. And I do have a feeling that cell may be destroyed by the line. We're going to have more destructive interference with that, which is really good. Let's hope that is the case. Looking at Quad stream, it does look a bit more like an outflow structure now. You can kind of see that sort of notch right there. It doesn't quite resemble an inflow notch to me, or an RFD cut. It looks more like a outflow surge. So, for those who may be wondering, Quads is on the Mayflower storm. It's this cell right here. Even velocity kind of backs up a little bit too. more of an outflow structure. Goodness, we have 62 people watching. Goodness gracious. Hello, everybody. Hope you all are doing well. Really glad to have you guys here. 60 people watching is actually incredible. Haven't had that in a while. So appreciate everybody tuning in. Hope everyone is staying safe today. Not a huge day, but we are here streaming for it because we are Weather Track and we are back. Hey, good rhyme there, right? Cheesy. So the severe watch is being let go. In fact, if we can turn off the radar here. Actually, let's just move the radar so we can give out the on the watches. The severe watch is going to be canceled for some of these counties in western Arkansas, probably northern Arkansas too, I bet. As that line's moving through, the atmosphere is very stable there in northern Arkansas. We do have a new severe warning that has been issued for Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley, Midway, Friendship, and Rockport. So this looks like they're going to let that tornado warning go. They're just going to do it to a possible SVR for that area and keep it there. So they are not going to continue that tornado warning for the moment, as that cell is starting to be destroyed by the squall lines. So that's very good news that the cell is feeling some destructive interference from the squall line. But it's still going to be a case where damaging winds... Look at Claude's running out there. Oh, boy. They're probably going to want to move at some point, but it looks like he's running out for something. Either just see a storm or to get something. But running out there. This is going to be a case for this storm where it's going to be producing some large hail and damaging winds. So my advice, if you are in Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley, Friendship, Midway, Malvern, and Rockport, areas near the I-30 corridor that includes US 67, Arkansas 51, Arkansas 9, and 222. I want you guys to be in a safe place, indoors and away from windows until the storm passes, as there could be the potential for damaging winds and large hail. I think my camera may still be a bit out of focus. There we go. Nico has a photo of the Mayflower cell. Put it up real quick. Looks like a lowering. This was taken probably a few minutes ago, but it's the same cell that Quads is on, just a different perspective of it. And there's still definitely a wall cloud there. But it does definitely look to be more outflow dominant at this point. So we will definitely keep an eye on that. I clicked the wrong feed there. In fact, do we even have that? Let me see something real quick. What's our chaser? Okay, that's what it looks like. All right, cool. Ooh, interesting. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, not a whole lot going on there. It may be trying to organize a little bit more. It may be trying to do it, but it needs some work. It definitely looks a bit like outflow driven. We are getting more severe warnings down here in East Texas, where Helix is. Helix is on these storms. Yeah, GPS is still struggling to keep up, so... These cells are not tornadic, thankfully. They are more of a wind and hail problem down here in Texas. Despite being a tornado watch, they're just not really in an environment or really a mode for tornadoes. That tornado warning, yeah, that tornado warning is now gone. So we have no tornado warnings on the board at this time, thankfully. But we do have severe storms that are still showing signs of rotation. So there we go. Hopefully Quads can reposition a little bit, try to get a little better view of that storm. Looks like a helix is repositioning to a different area, trying to get on that storm, on that severe one storm. We are seeing more organization in that line in Missouri. So a bit more of an organized line structure from around Owensville down to Kabul or Mountain View, Missouri. So we're probably going to see more severe warnings get issued on that line as long as it maintains that integrity, as long as it maintains that strength. Hello, Corey from Poland. We got some international viewers here. Hello. Hopefully you're doing well. And of course, everyone else who is tuning in, over 50 viewers. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. Hopefully, if anyone who's watching college football, if you're also tuning into that, hopefully you're doing well. All right. Yeah, not much as far as circulation on that Farmington cell. I think we'll continue to watch it, but my interest is definitely dropping on that cell. Really, the same goes for a lot of these, and they're not in a bad environment. I'm going to check mesoanalysis real quickly to make sure. The environment isn't really that bad. Yeah, the STP is near 1 in that area, so wind shear is decent. So I think there is definitely 20 potential in that. In fact, if we take a look at mesoanalysis, right? Here's the STP, the effective STP off of mesoanalysis, off the wrap. And you can see 2 areas. In fact, mesoanalysis really outlined this very well, where the environment is a little more favorable for tornadoes. So that would be central Arkansas. That's going to be southeast Missouri. And the environment is okay here in Texas, but it looks like those storms really aren't realizing the environment very well. They're really struggling to organize. So they're in a position where they could organize, but they're really taking their time. Wind shear still on the weaker side. Instability, fairly decent. In fact, I think we're overperforming in terms of instability. Not too surprising. Dew points trying to hold strong in eastern Arkansas, so I do suspect, compared to what the forecasts were last night and this morning, I do think that we're going to see a bit more longevity with that line in Arkansas. It's just I do think that we're going to see weakening as the line approaches the Mississippi River Delta, and then re-strengthens as more moisture gets pulled northward. And for anyone wondering, no, I'm not bald. In fact, I've actually got a lot of hair. In fact, you can see it there. Yeah, the lab traits are kind of sucky. But it's the South in the fall. It's not really too surprising. Let's see. Can I see what's going on behind? Okay. It's like just loose cable back there, it seems. Okay. Yeah. That cell is definitely being undercut pretty hard. We do have a new severe warning on this line segment northwest of Little Rock. So that would include Atkins, Adona, Perryville, and Morrilton for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that's about it. There is still a broad... We've been watching that broad circulation for a while. That's been there for a while, and they haven't warned it, which I really don't think they should. If it's going to remain broad, there's no need to warn it, because it's probably not going to produce. We got S Roots Arkansas, watching from Central Arkansas. Welcome. Hopefully you're staying safe and staying aware. Of course, when you're watching this, of course, you're staying aware. But not too concerned about a tornado from this part of the line near Atkins. Main very broad. I mean, could there be a spin up that develops within this line? Sure, but it's very messy. Oh, what is going on there? Looks like we do have a circulation near Old Day Roche. Look, for anyone who's tuning in, I'm bad at pronouncing towns. I'm good at geography and all that, but pronouncing towns is my Achilles heel. We could have a tornado produced soon, if not already, near Caney and Old Day Roche. It could be Roche, for all I know. But that could be a tornado right there. And that's moving up towards Des Roches and Antioch. So if you're in those areas, go in and take cover. It's not tornado warned, but that is a real circulation. So if I can, UI is killing me right now. Yep, that's not contamination. That is a real circulation. So we'll know next scan if we have a TDS, a debris signature. Right now there's nothing, but that could be a tornado very soon, if not already. So there we go. In fact, it just got tornado warned. So there's now a tornado warning in effect for... This will include portions of Clark, Garland, and Hot Spring County. But I would say Clark County, not going to be a concern. This is now in... let's see if I can find... okay, so it's Des Roches. It's Des Roches. Thank you, Ninja, for that. This will not affect Clark County. This is going to be a Hot Spring and Garland County problem. So southeastern Garland County, not including the city of Hot Springs. This will include areas like Des Roches, Antioch, Social Hill, Saginaw, Oak Grove, Red Oak, Diamond Head, Price, Malvern, Rockport, and Magnet Cove. If you're in or near any of those towns I have laid out, you're going to need to be in a safe place. So that's going to be an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. No mobile homes, no cars, no manufactured homes. You have time, especially in Diamond Head, Magnet Cove, to get to a safer place. Now, I should have mentioned when we started the stream, when a tornado watch was issued, to go ahead and go to a safer place, because during tornado warning, especially in a storm mode like this, you often don't have time to get to a safer place in a safe manner. Yep, there we go. There is a tornado that's on the ground at this point. This is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground near Caney. So, Des Roches, Antioch, Social Hill, you need to be in a safe place at this time. This is a tornado that's on the ground doing damage. Let me go ahead and get a screenshot of this. I want to let our Twitter folks know what's going on. Because not everyone watches our coverage. People may just be Twitter only. So I do want to go ahead and let folks know over there. And we will get back to it in just a second here. Just trying to figure something out real quick. I'm making sure that I'm getting the right URL for our stream. But yeah, that is a tornado that's on the ground. I'm not sure how to pronounce your username, but you're very much welcome. And also, as far as, I'll go ahead and say this, Southwest Ohio, be prepared for some gusty winds tonight, along with maybe some isolated severe storms. Okay, that is the right link. Alrighty. So that is the tornado debris signature right there near Caney. I should have said Caney instead of Antioch, but I was kind of in a hurry to get it out. So, but yeah, there's a circulation, and that is a fairly strong circulation. It's not like intense, but that is quite robust. That could be on the ground for some time. So, for those in goodness. That is definitely doing damage. So this tornado is about to cross Arkansas 128 and Antioch Road. So Antioch Road, Arkansas State Route 128. This tornado is coming very quickly. It will be on top of you in a matter of moments. Down the line, it will be crossing Arkansas 84 and pretty much paralleling Interstate 30. It may not cross Interstate 30, at least not for some time, but it will parallel it for quite a while. So I think as far as Midway, you're probably safe. You're just outside the polygon, but I would say for those in Midway and Friendship, you're close enough where I would say just be in a safe place. Also damaging winds and lightning going to be a problem as well. Malvern and Rockport, you're down the line along with Oak Grove and Social Hill. I need some water. I lose my voice so quickly when doing coverage. It's not even funny. Let me real quick go ahead and I'm just going to put the radar full right now since archers are just sort of traveling. Of course, we're monitoring them. If they see anything, we will put them on. But just give me one quick second. I'm going to make this 21 a little bit thicker so you guys can see it just a bit better. There we go. That should be a lot better. There we go. All right. And if it needs to be made thicker, just let me know and I can make it a little bit thicker if it's hard for you guys to see on mobile or laptop. So, all right. But yeah, this is the debris signature right here. You see that lowered CC north of Caney. It'll be heading off towards the east, northeast at about, what's the warning say as far as the speed of it? 30 miles per hour. It's not a very fast mover, but that still doesn't give you a ton of time to prepare for this thing. So don't rush to your shelter. Don't hurt yourself trying to get to your safe place. Just do it efficiently and get there. Of course, I do recommend a helmet. If you don't have a helmet, especially for helmets for children, pillows and blankets are going to be just fine in this case. Just be in that interior room on the lowest floor, away from windows. If you have a basement, that's great. Get into that. That will be your best bet. But if not, lowest floor, interior room will be just fine. That could be a hallway, bathroom, closet. If you're going to the bathroom, bathtub, great place to be as well. I do recommend in a bathtub too, just a little bit of advice. Try to cover the faucet with blankets or pillows. That will help in the event. Again, even in the path of a tornado. In fact, they just upgraded this tornado warning to observe. This is now an observed tornado warning that is in effect for these areas. As I was saying, covering the faucet with a pillow and blanket can help with any type of thing sticking out. Of course, you don't want to rest your head or body on that part anyways. But just some advice. The debris signature, a little more diffuse compared to what it was last scan. So this tornado may be weakening. That's the hope, is that it maybe was just a brief tornado and is beginning to weaken. It is now pretty much almost 4 o'clock. We will be getting a scan here in the next 30 minutes or so. The velocity, okay, yeah. So this tornado is most definitely weakening. You can see the velocity definitely, circulation becoming much less defined. See, it was very strong there around Old De Roche. And then as it moved east, that circulation is pretty much almost gone. So it may be lifted at this point now. It might be lifted. Also, thanks to those who are subscribing and tuning in. I think we got over 80 viewers at one point. So I appreciate every single person who's tuning in. Thank you all for watching and hope you guys are staying safe. Also, feel free to share the stream as well to people you may know in this area. So, just real quick, I want to check on other areas. I'm not going to abandon that tornado warning. I'm just checking on other areas and seeing what's going on. And really not much outside of damaging winds along with this line. Tornadoes, not really a concern. Very weak circulations or really no circulation at all. Just mainly a wind threat. And the same can be said for the activity in Missouri. Down here in Texas, wind and hail, the main concern. Not really concerned about tornadoes. None of these cells have any organized rotation. There is this cell east of Lufkin. Kind of has a weak meso, but I think it still has got a lot of work to do before it becomes organized. So the only storm we're really concerned about is going to be this one right here. How's Arkadelphia looking? You're almost in the clear. You're almost in the clear. You still got some heavy rain, probably some gusty winds, but you are almost good to go. Just stay in a safer place for the time being, and we'll let you know when it's in the all clear. Speaking of all clear, areas like Mount Ida, Mineral Springs, Murfreesboro, Danville, Russellville, even though there's still some heavy rain going on there, Clarksville, all in northwest Arkansas, you're done for the main event. You may have some wraparound storms that may come in this evening that could produce some strong winds and some hail, but tornado threat, 0. You're done. But for areas like Arkadelphia, even though you're almost done, areas along the US 167 corridor up to US 65 corridor, you've still got time to watch for severe storms and maybe the threat for large hail and tornadoes this afternoon. So that's what we're watching. We're watching that one tornadic storm, which let's see if they've got a new scan on it. And yeah, very diffuse. There's still debris that's in the air. But if we take a look at velocity, circulation is pretty much gone. So the tornado has most likely lifted at this point. But it does look like that circulation is weakening. So again, I stress, please remain in your safe place at this time. But it looks like the good news is present that this tornado is weakening. So as an extra Reinhall, I wish. But hey, look, 60 people watching is pretty good. What about Springdale? I gotta figure out what Springdale is again. I swear I saw it on the map earlier. But again, this is like, I know town names, I know states, I'm great with geography, but oh, Springdale. Gosh, what am I doing, man? It's Springdale, Arkansas. Springdale, you're in the all clear. It's in the NWA Metro. I should have known that. Yeah, Springdale, you're in the clear. You could, like I mentioned, you could have some wind and hail late tonight with some isolated cells around the low, but I don't think you're going to have too many concerns with goodness gracious, with tornadoes. So yeah, this is stuff that could come through later. It's just this complex here. Some wind and hail, but nothing really concerning. So, all right. Let's go back to Little Rock and see if we have anything new on this. So they still had a tornado warning as confirmed, but they'll probably change that in a minute, as there's not much indication this thing is still on the ground. Still some debris in the air, but that does not mean that this tornado is still on the ground. You can have debris that's in the air. That's just fallout from what was a tornado. I'm going to have to start resting my voice a little bit, or otherwise I'm going to kill my throat, kill my vocal cords. I don't want to do that. So if I make some pauses in my speech, I apologize. I'm just trying to save my voice. I'm one of those people that lose their voice really quickly, really easily. So I'm trying not to do that. So hopefully it's not a problem for anybody. But let's see. What can we talk about? Let's go back up to Missouri. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if they do issue a severe warning on these storms up here. And on the northern side of that line segment, it does appear to be getting a little more organized. So we could see some severe warnings issued there for some strong wind gusts. But the main concern is down to the south. This line does have a history of producing tree damage, trees down on power lines that were some of the reports that came out of Seymour and near Hartville. But tornadoes in Missouri, very marginal. These cells really have not gotten very well organized. They're messy, they're probably low topped as well. So they're just not really great tornado producers. Which is good. Of course, flooding is going to be kind of a concern too for some areas. Not a major flooding threat, but for areas that do experience a lot of heavy rain today, could see some flash flood warnings issued later. I'm going to see if I can make some tea after dinner. Try to save my vocal cords. Tea is really good. I'm not a tea person, okay? I'm really not. I mainly drink tea when I'm sick. But tea is so good for the throat, especially when you put honey in it. It doesn't taste amazing, but man, it is heavenly the way that it helps. So I'll try to after dinner. Of course, if you guys have any suggestions, then I'll consider them. But what about quads in that top box there? Quick. Torah. Yeah, also, if you guys have any photos or videos you guys want to send us, feel free to add us on Twitter at WeatherTrackUS. One word, or just it's very easy to find us on Twitter. And just give us a ring on there, or give us a ring. give us a mention if you have any reports. Of course, obviously, practice safety and wisdom when you're out here. Sending reports, of course, tag the respectable NWS office as well. But there is probably damage around Old Roche, maybe around Caney. I mean, it's most likely damage, but given that a tornado did pass through there not too long ago. There's the debris signature right there. I'm willing to bet it dropped probably just east of State Route 7. And then cross US 128. It stayed a more easterly course. I thought it was going to move a little more northeast, but it moved more east. So it kind of stayed on the eastern side of the warning, but the tornado is pretty much gone. There is no tornado on this storm anymore, but I do recommend you stay in that safe place until the storm passes, just to be on the safe side here. And again, I want to stress, this does not affect Hot Springs or Mountain Pine. This is on the southeast side of Garland County. I use GR2 to kind of get my bearings on counties because sometimes we need to point out county names, and that's what GR2 is good for. It's also an amazing radar program, but I've been using WeatherWise because I think it's a lot easier for people to read town names, even though I can customize the town names. Just the mapping and the GIS stuff, people understand it way more than GR2. Even though this is a much better program, radar-wise, people do generally like. And we may develop our own radar program at some point that is like WeatherWise, but has a much better UI. I love WeatherWise. I pay for it. But the UI is, I hate the UI. That's my only complaint about the application. The tornado warning has been canceled So they have canceled this tornado warning, which is good. So good news for counties, Hot Spring and Garland counties. Tornado warning is gone. So I would still stay indoors and away from windows, given the threat for strong winds and heavy rain. It's just not good to be outside anyway, but just stay indoors until the storm passes and you'll be all right. But the tornado threat with that storm, not entirely over, but the immediate tornado threat is pretty much over. So there's that. For the Little Rock area, I should mention this. You do have some strong and severe storms approaching. Not every part of the line is severe, but there are portions of it that are. So if we just put on the watches and warnings, I'll just move the radar side over. You are under tornado watch till 8 o'clock tonight. The threat will be over before 8 o'clock. I will mention that. The threat will be over before then. But the potential for damaging winds that could knock down trees, could cause power outages, and the movement of light outdoor objects, along with the potential for a tornado, does exist in the Little Rock area. That will also include Benton, Sheridan, Pine Bluff, England, Cabot, Greenbrier, Heber Springs, and Searcy. If I mispronounced any of those town names, I apologize. I'm just bad at that. There actually were visual confirmation of the tornado that occurred near D. Roche. 911 call center reports tornado about 3:57. So that's about when the tornado touched down, maybe a little bit after. So we've had at least one tornado today. There was one earlier, may have been one earlier near Pleasant Hope that radar kind of picked up, but that's still kind of iffy. So we've had at least one tornado today, maybe two or more. So there's that. And also that supercell that we were watching earlier near Arkadelphia, yeah, it's gone. It's just within the line now near Malvern, not a concern for a tornado. So from Searcy. Okay, so Searcy is the correct pronunciation. You know, I should mention I'm from Alabama. We have our own weird town pronunciations. Instead of pronouncing Ville, we pronounce it Vol in a lot of areas. This town is pronounced Utah, although I think a lot of people do know that. It's also Calera, not Calera. I just want to mention that. Also, Helena is actually pronounced Helena. So, you know, we've got our controversial town names as far as how we pronounce them here where I live. But yeah. And pretty much the whole line now is severe. I mentioned a minute ago how it wasn't, and now it pretty much is. So the whole line is severe warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail in areas. So for those who are in Sparkman, Chidester, I'll go and include Carthage, Leola, Malvern, Fountain Lake, Hot Springs, Perryville. Actually, Perryville, you're almost out of it. And Morrilton and Clinton. You should be getting ready or already experiencing strong wind gusts and perhaps even some hail. Oh yeah, Arab too. Yeah. In fact, when I was younger, I thought it was actually pronounced Arab. It is pronounced Arab. I learned that after watching April 27th coverage. So, yeah. Don't forget Arab. So, okay. Let's go down to Texas here and see what's going on. Wind and hail, some flooding. Not really concerned for tornadoes, and that's good. And I didn't really think we're going to see a big tornado day today. It's just the environment just really isn't that good. The synoptic setup is just messy. The level of shear is really poor. I wouldn't say really poor, but it's on the weaker side. And, but yeah, broad 5% tornado risk again. Low end threat, slight threat for tornadoes. Not a huge concern. I'm hoping dinner comes around very soon because I'm hungry and I want some tea. My throat is beginning to feel it. All right. Go back to the dashboard and just I want to make sure quad stream is updated here. Just gonna pop this on top just to make sure everything's updated. So, all right, we will. All right, well, random geomagnetic storm happening right now, I guess. Honestly, we could just watch the composite at this point. Now, it does look like they've let the severe warning go in Missouri. I guess the storms did, in fact, weaken a bit, which is interesting. So I guess the wind threat isn't really all that high with those storms. I guess I was wrong about that, which is fine. And across parts of Illinois and Indiana, messy, real messy. I do want to watch these storms up here in Indiana and Michigan. Those could produce some sporadic wind and hail. But this is just one big rain mass over here in Illinois and Indiana. We do have a line segment coming into Indianapolis. Could produce some gusty winds and some tiny hail. But no concern for anything robust or dangerous, I guess. Now, the thing is, the question for you guys, okay? Would you believe me if I said that 50-mile-per-hour winds could be dangerous? Generally isn't. I mean, I'm the type of person to stand out in 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I don't think I've quite done that yet. I've stood out in 70. And I have had tree debris hit me in the face. It's not quite fun. But yeah, even sub-severe wind gusts at times can be dangerous if caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, I'm not trying to discourage anybody from enjoying storms, but at least do it somewhat responsibly. And sometimes you gotta remember that I'm from the South. When we get 21s around here, we stand outside. I never encourage that on live stream. I wouldn't encourage that even to anybody, but it's just what we do. It's just what we do. Quads should be. He was on the Mayflower storm. I think he may be trying to work with the squall here, so I'm not entirely sure where he is. In fact, one thing I should announce is that in the future we are going to get a much better location system for our chasers. We definitely will, because we need it for sure. But he's probably on I-40. It does look like I-40 to me. So yeah, that's definitely I-40. So he's either heading north or south. So he's either between Conway or northern Pulaski County, if I had to guess. Let's check velocity here, see if we have any tornado concern, and really not. It's really a wind concern. We do have a strong storm approaching the Shreveport area that could produce some gusty winds and small hail. But tornado threat right now, an immediate tornado threat is low. I wanted to say 0, but I never like saying 0 because anytime I say 0, it's surprise. Oh, okay. So Quads is going to the Grady area, so around Pine Bluff. So he's heading south. Which Grady would be somewhere down here. So trying to get close to those severe storms down there. They're not very tornado-y. Just say tornado-y. They're not very tornadic. I don't know where that came from. You know what? Screw tornadic. All right, we're calling it tornado-y. We're doing it. All right, tornadic, too common, too boring, too professional, tornado-y. Yeah, the storms are not looking very tornado-y right now, and that's good. So let's keep it that way. um, that's actually kind of funny. I don't know why. It's not funny to me, but it is. It's funny to me, but it's not. I don't know why. Let's check the tweeter. See what's going on in Twitter. I need to look at these notifications more often. Good lord, freaking jump scare crap on me. Why does Twitter autoplay the audio? It's just terrifying, man. Jump scaring the crap out of me all the time. Bad. This is video from Nico, who is over around those storms. This is around the storm that produced the tornado near DeRoche and Caney. So there we go. Thank you, Danico, for sending that to us. Or twistering, yeah. Twistering's also a good term too. Or twistery, that will also work too. New severe warning in effect for Sheridan, Haskell, Prattsville, and Redfield. And I guess also parts of Little Rock too. So that would be the southern part of the Little Rock Metro. That will also include Bryant, Alexander, Wrightsville, and Redfield. So that would be southern Pulaski County, southeastern Saline County, northern Grant County, and does that also include portions of Jefferson County? Yes, it does. So northwestern Jefferson County. This is going to be warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. No tornado possible tag on that. I should really start writing some of this stuff down, either on paper or in some type of text or something, because several times I noticed in this stream, part of again why I'm doing it, is that some features are kind of broken, or just I need to improve. So hopefully by the time the next stream comes around, I have everything fixed. I think storms are going to stay strong as they cross North Alabama. I think they will. Let me restart weather-wise so I can pull up the model. You know what? No, not even going to bother. I have a better idea. Let's look at this. Because you guys can actually see the timestamps when I do this. These stupid I am but notifications. Turn off. Goodness. Alright, here we go. I do think the line's going to weaken a little bit as it goes eastward into northeast Arkansas. Kind of look very messy and very stratiformy. Everything's ending with an E, alright, or a Y, I guess. Everything's just going to do that. But there really isn't a lot of moisture. So the environment's been overmixing due to the high temperatures. In fact, you can look. Relative humidity values all very low as we've overmixed. So that's going to reduce instability. Storms are just going to not be too happy with that. But we should have some increase in instability and moisture as we go into this evening. And that will promote some re-intensification of the line and a continued threat for damaging wind gusts. So yeah, I do definitely think that we're going to continue to see a damaging wind threat throughout the evening and overnight hours. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be live at 4 o'clock in the morning. Alright, I've got church in the morning. I can do it. I've been to church on 2 hours of sleep. I can do it. But that's going to be up for debate. if we want to do some local coverage. But um, yeah, and look, I should mention too, if you guys have any suggestions for what I should add or change or whatever, feel free to let me know. Also, it probably would be better to go in the Discord and also mention that so that I can you know, take note of that as well. I can refer back to that. So stream chat, sometimes it's iffy on keeping messages in there, but yeah, I'm always open to suggestions and stuff like that. But I think the wind threat will continue into the nighttime hours. But it won't just be the thunderstorm wind threat that we're concerned about, along with tornadoes too. Tornadoes are going to be possible in anywhere there's instability. But we're going to have some pressure gradient winds. This will be our first windstorm of the season. Typically, we don't see these windstorms till November or even sometimes December. Having it occur this time of the year in mid-October is kind of rare. So, for those across the Midwest, Ohio Valley, Tennessee Valley, secure your porch chairs, secure your plastic plants, or plants. I guess actually plants will probably be heavy enough. I'm not a gardener, right? And I don't know how much they weigh. I assume soil's pretty heavy, but anyways, just secure your loose outdoor objects unless you want them flying around. Scattered power outages may be possible as well, especially in areas that trees could be blown down. But this wind threat will continue even into tomorrow. I mean, goodness me. Areas across Pennsylvania, New York, and even the Appalachians too. Gonna see some of those strong wind gusts. Now, the severe threat tomorrow, really interesting, because we're gonna have this low cape squall. Well, what I have to call it an anemic squall, because it's starved for energy, and areas in West Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, all the way up to Lake Ontario could see some of those strong wind gusts from those storms. Shouldn't really be tornadic instability, really. Maybe not even severe. I mean, just no cape. Absolutely none. It doesn't mean they can't produce severe winds. Sometimes these synoptics can really overcome for really crappy instability. But, oh, wow, look at that. You see West Virginia there. Look at that. Got some snow maybe coming in there for maybe the first snow for the Blue Ridge Mountains. Nice. All right, anyways, I'm yapping too much about get back to the radar. Even though we don't really have much going on right now. We really don't. Yeah, there's really not much of a concern for tornadoes right now. Let's keep it that way, right? That's interesting. May have a little bit of a circulation near Lula and Union Springs. That could be something to watch. So if you're in Benson, Katuna, Trenton, Oxford, let's see what direction that storm is heading. I would even say Mansfield. This is going to be in western Louisiana. Just keep the potential for a tornado in mind. Not a high chance for a tornado, but it is possible. That's probably our most tornadic looking storm right now. Off. Now I can see chat clearly. Thank you. All right. I have a browser extension that makes makes some pages dark. So I have IAMBot that's dark right now because it's IAMBot chat is incredibly bright. I mean, it's just flashbangs, so I just have it dark and my eyes are happy. All right. Nice. Cool. Okay. Have they not canceled the severe watch for West Arkansas yet? or West Central Arkansas. I guess they haven't yet. They'll probably do that very soon. But the good news is there's no part of Oklahoma that's under any watches. But I would pay attention to this stuff here for some damaging winds and large hail. Very isolated threat. I can't talk. Very isolated threat tonight, but nothing that's going to be out of hand. So, yeah, that is... I'm going to turn off has cams. I won't be using them much. The storms in northern Arkansas becoming very stratiform, as we're kind of expecting, or as we kind of expected, because, again, instability, very marginal up there. And toward possible SVR for that storm in Louisiana. I'm glad we mentioned that because that storm definitely looked interesting for sure. And there is a rotation there. It's very broad. It's not very well organized, but it's there. So definitely want to keep an eye on that. But it is warned for wind and hail. Actually warned for ping pong sized hail. Sorry, not ping pong size. Gosh, $50 sized hail. My storm deprivation syndrome has been hitting so hard I forgot how to do hail sizes. Oh boy. The last time we had a tornado warning in the United States was like June. I was kidding. I probably could have streamed for September 14th if I actually had a streaming set up, but I was still working on coding. Like, I didn't even have the warning banner or the warning ticker in operation, or even a stream grabber back on September 14th. I could have done it, but it would have been the worst stream anyone's ever watched. Actually, that's like every stream I make, but... Yeah. I enjoy making fun of myself sometimes. I'm going to need to add an auto update function to these live feeds. But again, it's in beta for a reason. And the best way to test out and to fix bugs is to do it live. We'll do it live. All right, I'm done. Yeah, the inflow is starting to increase a little bit on that Lula storm in Louisiana. You see the inflow is starting to increase a little bit more. RFD, very weak, but it looks a little more organized than it did earlier. So if it doesn't broaden out and it continues to tighten up, we could have a tornado there south of Mansfield in the next little bit. So given it's toward possible, I would recommend for those in Katuna, Trenton, Benson, Oxford, Grove Hill, Mansfield, Naborton, Goss, Wemple, and Evelyn in West Central Louisiana to go ahead and be prepared to take shelter from a tornado. You don't have to go to your tornado safe place right now. You could if you wanted to, but it's a case where we're just watching it, where you probably want to be ready in case things hit the fan, which it may not. We hope not. Is PoE close? Oh, yeah, that's got my attention from the other radar. Ninja had his mic muted. We'll laugh at this guy. Make fun of him. No, don't actually make fun of him.
I was trying to like make jokes while you were like saying stuff, and it never went through to the stream because my mic was muted.
You know, honestly, that might have been for the better. No. I'm kidding. You know what? I might just start playing Wordle during the stream. Might start doing that. What's going on here near Fenter? What's going on? I'm gonna keep an eye on this cell. This is the former cell that came through Arkadelphia and what's the town name? Gordon. Sorry, not Gordon. Gordon earlier. That Had a pretty good mezzo on it. If you were watching earlier, that cell had some pretty good structure. That was quite impressive for Arkansas in October, which I guess wasn't really that impressive in reality. But this I do want to watch because if this can manage to organize, that could be a tornado on the back side of that line segment. It's sort of a pseudo MCV type setup. So we'll watch that closely. I would keep an eye on potential tornado development in northern Grant County, and perhaps also southern Saline County too. Maybe even southern Pulaski County. We'll have to monitor that. Also, a new severe warning down here near Bearden, Thornton, and Fordyce for wind and hail. Not really a tornado concern right now. Not a very organized mezzo, if one at all. So just watch for wind and hail on that storm. I guess the only concern for a tornado is going to be this one here, south of Mansfield, Louisiana. Dang. I don't know how I missed this. Well, I guess it was sent to me just 6 minutes ago, but this was the video of a wall cloud from that storm. Thank you, Christian Alexander, for sending that in. I don't know if you're watching, but thank you. That is a pretty nice wall cloud. Very shrouded in rain, and that's the thing is that it's why, yeah, Fordyce not too tornado-y. It's why I really don't like a lot of people, newer chasers chasing these environments, because rain-wrapped tornadoes are very common. And it just makes it very dangerous to chase. Chasing this region is really, it's quite a few people's first chase. A lot of people's first chase does exist in Dixie. In fact, I almost chased March 15th, but it was just that was a day it's like I knew things were going to be rain wrapped. I knew things were going to be too dangerous to chase. That's why I didn't. I could have done it, but I didn't. In fact, there was a tornado that crossed, 15 miles north of me. I probably, if it wasn't rain in front of it, I probably could have seen it. In fact, I could have driven to it, but it was just a day that, didn't want to pull that risk at the time. But maybe I'll chase either late this season or chase next year. But I definitely want to get out in Dixie. It's just a road network here. Boy, Lord have mercy. I need 5 air conditioners in this room at this point. Turn on my fan. Hopefully you guys don't hear the fan. Not that I really care, but it's quite enough. But it gets really hot in here when all these monitors are on. In fact, right now it is 83 degrees in this room. It's bad. It's real bad. It's actually not terrible. It's 81 outside, so it's keeping it cooler, but yeah.
You could be guaranteed to not hear that fan if you somehow fix to that keyboard being heard every single time you type.
You're right. I need to get more like a Thocky silent keyboard is what I need to do too. And I don't have a lot of mic customization on it. It's just a Blue Yeti, but I should try. Yeah, a lot of chasers just aren't on this. We're very, very blessed to have quads and Helix, Spark service out there. Of course, Carmen, he's up chasing the northern mode, but he just has some streaming issues, which is why he hasn't been on here too often. But we're very blessed to have any chasers on this event and all that. But yeah, it's just, I hope I didn't really overhype this event. But part of the reason why I've been covering this so well and why I've really been just like covering it a lot is because, first of all, every event at the start of a season is always an event that I'm going to really hammer on. Because it gets me into a rhythm. It gets me into sort of a pattern, and it's a really good thing to get in the habit of really covering it. Part of why we're streaming this too, test out our new streaming layout and kind of get back also into streaming rhythm too. So that's part of it as well. But yeah, we're not surprised that a lot of the big chasers aren't chasing it today. Today's just not a great chase day. It really isn't. So a lot of people are just saving their gas, saving their time from chasing it, and I don't blame them. It really is not a great chase day. In fact, I would be shocked if someone saw that tornado near D Roche earlier. Like I would be shocked, but it's just one of those days when you don't want to wake up. Oh, I'm gonna copyright if I sing that. I wonder how our storm down here is doing. Yeah, not much better. It's still okay. That's why it's going through a merger. Duh, going through a very destructive merger. So I'm willing to bet if it didn't go through that merger, it probably would be very close to producing, if not already. But that merger really put the nail in the head. Not good. Well, it is good, but not good for the cell, I should say. And yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. And we're, with all the tools that we've been developing and still more that we're working on, we're still working on some things for the stream to be more competitive. And not that we're trying to, say the other streamers are bad. They're not. I mean, the other streamers, they do a pretty good job. But being more competitive in the information, the visual information, the graphics and stuff like that, to be able to really give you guys more information at a glance and all that. And of course, obviously today it's been kind of, I figured that was an outdated image. I was like, wait, why is it 20 in there? Give you guys more information. Of course, today I've been a little bit messy because first stream back, I'm very rusty. But once I get back into doing streams more often, I'll definitely get into a communication rhythm. I've never been the best communicator. I often speak too fast or enunciate things like garbage or can't pronounce towns or get lost sometimes. But once I get more familiar with how the whole system works, it usually gets a lot better. It was interesting because like Evan's got a lot more views, generally a lot more viewers. I'm kind of surprised he didn't. But it's like I'm not here to really compete or throw shit. I don't really care. In reality, as long as other streamers aren't intentionally misleading people and they actually know kind of what they're talking about, stream. Then I've got no problem with them because it's like the more information that goes out to people, the better. Whether it's me, whether it's Ryan or Max or Evan, whoever it is, Nate. In fact, I used to watch Nate a lot back in 2020 or 2021. I'm cool with it. As long as they're giving the right information, by all means, go for it. Sure, I wish I was bigger. I wish, we could be consistent in the 80s or even a few hundred. I wish. I pray for that day. But, it's like, if you want to watch them, that's fine. If they're happy with that, completely fine. I would have a problem with people who are spreading misinformation, which isn't quite, it's common more so on post form like Twitter and Facebook than it is in video form, because it is legitimately hard to consistently lie on a stream. It is difficult. But let's see. What hour was that? It was 21Z. What we're at, approaching 22Z now, so that'd be 5 o'clock. I'm just looking at the mesoanalysis. What was I gonna do? There's something I was gonna do and I forgot. That's part of my issue too, is I forget quite easily what I'm doing. Oh yeah, that's right, mesoscale discussion. Glad I looked at that. Here's a new MCD. Tweet it here. Primary corridor is severe over the next several hours. Wow, there's still kind of forecasting a couple strong tornadoes in here. Of course, that's peak intensity, but could have some strong severe wind gusts. A couple tornadoes remain possible. I do wonder if they're going to issue a new tornado watch for portions of northern Louisiana. Or maybe a severe watch. I'm not sure what they're going to do. Maybe Ninja will know. But we'll definitely see some watch expansions. Just not sure when.
Have expanded the tornado watch to include Caldwell, Grant, Jackson, LaSalle, Lincoln, Washita, Union, and Wynn parishes in Louisiana.
Did you say Washita? Did you mean Wachita?
Washita? Oh, Washita.
Isn't it?
Washita? I don't know how that's pronounced.
Isn't it Wachita or Wachita? Now, yeah, there was a while I didn't know how to pronounce that, but I think it's
Ouachita.
I think it's Wachita. Please don't hate us. We're trying.
Maybe someone in the chat knows how to pronounce that. Also includes Union County in Arkansas for an expansion there.
Yeah. Yeah, they did include El Dorado in the watch. So that watch pretty much goes all the way to the US 165 corridor. So they've expanded the watch. Now, of course, the question is later on, what's going to happen in extreme northeast Louisiana, southeast Arkansas, Mississippi? They'll probably pull a tornado watch. My opinion, will probably be a tornado watch. Given that the wind threat will be dominant, we'll probably still see the potential for tornadoes that will warrant a tornado watch. So that's what I think. Of course, they're into 5 tours, so that would make sense for a tour watch out there. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, and that's the case, which, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what other streamers think. I don't know. But if that's the case, then, awesome. But and that's also a little secret. That is part of why I went live today, is to kind of stand out a little bit more. Because apparently you can kind of stand out on lower end days when there's not as many people doing live streams. Because, you get more people who are more curious, who will search for other live streams. So that's kind of why I do it. Kind of put us on the map a little bit. But anyways. Yeah, I'm still not seeing anything as far as tornado-y action. These storms are not looking very tornado-y right now. Someone's either gonna join this stream in a minute, or by the next time I say that, or watch the next stream and wondering, what the heck do you mean by tornado-y? Isn't it tornadic? And look, I don't blame them, because I get it, but having a nice little stream joke is always fun. It brings personality into the stream, and I love it. So we probably have to introduce some discussion on what I mean by tornado-y. Yeah, I think it is an alpha boundary, isn't it? Oh yeah, I guess it is an alpha boundary. That was a long one, though. It's gonna feel really nice in Shreveport in a minute. It's gonna feel real nice. There is a new severe warning, by the way, for parts of... That will include Sabine, Natchitoches, and the Soto parishes. In fact, For the longest time, I did not know how to pronounce Natchitoches until Mason, who's from Louisiana, told me. I think even Reed Timmer also struggled to pronounce Natchitoches. Oh, it is a new severe warning. It's actually for Red River, Natchitoches, Northwestern. I don't know what's going on. And Bienville, or Benville Parish, in Louisiana. It's this severe warning right here. For 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. I have to watch it all. I figured. I need to slow down and use my tongue, not my brain. Watch it all. Appreciate it. Of course, I think watching, I used to watch Duck Dynasty a lot. They kind of helped pronounce a lot of the Louisiana town and region names. Of course, I also, at times I would watch, what are those people? The guys who would go hunt like gators and all that. Forgot what that show's called. It's a great show, but they also pronounce a lot of Louisiana areas. You can learn a lot just by watching television. I'm not a television person. I'm not even a movie person. But, you know, if you watch a lot of reality or stuff like that, good reality shows. I should say good reality. Not like soap operas or like, you know, these modern reality shows, like real or even guided reality. You can learn a lot. Update on Northern Arkansas. No severe threat, but there's just a bit of water up here in Northern Arkansas. A lot of water falling. So just be aware of some flooding potential up there in Northern Arkansas. No flash flood warnings in effect right now, but just be aware that flash flooding could be a problem in some areas. Of course, this region's been so dry that I don't think the soil is quite at the point where it really struggles to absorb water. I think it's kind of, I think with D2, D3 around here on drought monitors, so the soil will be able to absorb most of the rain, but it's probably at a case where, or probably at a point where flooding may not occur as quickly as more saturated or very, very dry ground. Yeah. Well, hey, I actually wanted to start continue Jeremy Clarkson's joke of the A and the and, like a ant or an car, but obviously that's kind of silly. That wouldn't make sense in a professional case. I used to watch the Weather Channel a lot. Like, I used to watch it a lot, and then they really just became... Yeah. Well, of course, perhaps I just got what you meant by reality show, because that's all they put on the Weather Channel now, reality shows, not even weather coverage. It's insane. Hopefully one day they'll reverse that, because man, the Weather Channel coverage used to be so good, especially when they had Greg Forbes on there. It used to be so good. In fact, I'll occasionally go back and watch coverage from 2014, 2011. Man, where have those days gone? But all right. So, what are we watching here? What do we need to talk about? Because really, there's just... Funny nose starting to happen here. Really just wind and hail. It's really been the main concern for most areas. Hasn't been much of a concern for tornadoes, and that's good. That is really good. Yes, wind and hail can still do damage, but as far as tornadoes go, just hasn't really been a... Hasn't really been a huge thing today, and we knew that. I mean, I was thinking we were going to end up with a few more tornadoes at this point, but I'm not surprised by the way that today is performed. It's about expectations. More linear storm mode, disorganized storms, tornado-wise. Storms haven't remained very well organized, and that's allowed them to be more wind and hail dominant. But Holly Springs. So it looks like. Am I stupid? Where the heck is Holly Springs? Unless it's down here. Good lord. Maybe I'm just tired. I forgot. Like. Ow. Ah, there we go. It's up here. What are they exactly warning, though? Wait, what? Or did you mean this one down here near Fordyce?
East of Holly Springs.
Holly Springs? There's nothing near Holly Springs. Or did you mean Hot Springs?
Nope, definitely says Holly Springs. It was issued for Washita, Arkansas, Cleveland, Dallas, Drew, Calhoun, and Bradley counties.
Okay, so it is the Fordyce one. So is there another Holly Springs in Arkansas? I know there's Wheeling Springs, but
They could have meant Hot Springs.
that's
They could have
part.
meant
That
that.
might have been what they meant. But anyways, we do have a new tour possible SVR for ping pong size hail. It's not a $half size, ping pong sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And as far as the tornado part of this, it's a bit hard to say. There is a mezzo on it. I will tell you that there is a mezzo between Bearden and Thornton. You can see that right in here, but it's very disorganized. It doesn't have a lot of character to it. It's very broad. But definitely going to be a hail concern. Check that out. You can see the VIL there. So Hopeville, Fordyce, Thornton, you're going to have the concern for hail, along with Kingsland. May pass just south of Ryson. But for those in Mount Elba, Hebron, Kingsland, and Fordyce, you're going to want to be prepared for some hail. Quasi-linear convective slough. That's very true.
Okay, no, it's the Fordyce cell.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, because that's the only tour possible warning in Arkansas right now, I think. Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, the QLCS tornado threat will exist tonight, but it's probably going to be late. Now, what we could do a 2-part stream. We could. We've been live for, I don't even know how long we've been live. I legit don't even know. We've been live for about 3.5 hours. Doesn't even feel like it. What is Quads doing? I guess he's just kidding. I'm just kidding him crap. And then perhaps later on, we may go live. Or we just stay live and we just go into standby coverage for a while, but that's boring. Who would do that? Who in the world would do that? No one. No one would ever do that. I would 100% do that. Check Missouri. What's going on up here? Poop. That's what's happening. Could be some gusty winds around Potosi or Potosi? And DeSoto. Surprised it's not SPS, but could be some gusty winds over there. That will approach Park Hills and Festus. Tornado concern? Not really. Just mostly just gusty winds, not really hail. I guess Quads is watching or at least listening to the stream too, because I see is responding in the stream chat.
By the way, welcome in, Super.
What's up, Super?
How are things going?
Mid.
Eh, mostly severe thunderstorm warnings and special air statements. We did have one tornado warning, I think.
Yeah,
Might have been two.
we've had we've had two tornado warnings, one confirmed touchdown. That's it. But it's 5 o'clock. Look at that. You know what? Let's go and just do a reset. 5 o'clock. Let's just see what's going on. We have a whopping four severe warnings. Look at that. Four severe warnings. In fact, the complex near Little Rock, that portion of the line there, it's weakening. And that's because of the drier air that's encountering, the weaker instability. The best support for storms is down in the south, is well south and east of I-30, well south of I-40. New severe warning up here northeast of Ruston. That will include Farmerville and Marion, more rural portions of, not Ouachita, that's not. That would be northeastern Lincoln and eastern and central Union Parish. There we go. And then a complex of severe storms out here in northwest Louisiana. But other than that, really not much going on. It's not. Can you spell? I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. I will get flamed. Like that's the one thing that everyone makes fun of other people who don't know how to pronounce it now. Because I know it's not pronounced how it's spelled. I know it's not. And I think I learned it at some point, but I forgot it. So I'm not even gonna try. But now here's the deal. I'll make a deal. All right, we're at 69 likes. Nice. If we get 75 likes on this stream in the next little bit, then I'll try to pronounce it. I'll try to pronounce it.
It's 70 likes now.
Oh boy. And I'm not gonna look at how to pronounce it. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep my screen here on the radar. I'm just gonna keep it on the radar, and I'm not gonna look it up or anything.
Okay. Like the stream. I want to see it.
71, 72. Oh boy.
What'd you do yourself?
I should have said 100. No, I'm joking.
And you're just not going to do it. Well, you could, but
I'll probably still
oh.
do it.
I have three other alts that I can send.
Hey, hold up. I never said you could use your alts. Hold on. I never said you could use your alts.
You never said you couldn't.
I never said he couldn't. Good lord. It's. I need to start putting rules on this stream. Sorry. It is Sloptober for real. This is very Sloptober. But you know what? It's fun. It's fun engaging with everybody and covering it. Even if I get more brain dead by the second.
We hit the go live button for the first time in a while.
In almost 6 months. That is wild.
Oh my gosh, I could not pronounce that.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
even gonna try.
It has to be Gloucestershire. It has to be Gloucestershire. There's no way it's not.
It isn't. There's no way. There's no way it's that easy.
Was it like Gloucestershire or something? Like it's it's gonna be something
Well,
ridiculous.
74.
Boy. While we're waiting, still not much in terms of circulation on that 4-dice cell. Still a wind and hail problem. So 4-dice, Kingsland, Ryson, Mount Elba, Hebron, gonna still be a wind and hail concern. I think that's probably because that merger came in and yeah, it's just destructive merger again. The opposite of a nudger. It was a nudger, but it was a bad nudger, not a good nudger. Terrible nudger. But I hear dinner starting to be made. I'm gonna try to make some tea.
No.
For those who are new to streams and those who are new to all of that. Okay.
You're not allowed to go to dinner when there's a storm that could potentially even have the chance of rotating.
It's called a dinner curse.
It's legit what
All
Elijah
hell
Joyce
breaks
has.
loose. Yeah, it's
Real.
it's called a dinner curse. The moment you go to dinner, all hell breaks loose
It really
and calms
does.
down the moment you come back.
It really does.
But wasn't there like a South Carolina tornado that happened when you were
Oh goodness. Okay, April
when you
5th,
went to dinner or
20.
something?
It was April 5th, 2022. It
The
was
fact you know
the
that date is crazy.
that day is etched in my memory. That was what town was that? Pembroke. That's what it was. It was a Pembroke EF4, and I'm doing coverage with Mason, and I'm like, I've got to eat dinner. Like I've got to go eat dinner. Also, did Quads might have ended the stream. We'll put Helix up there. Of course, he might have. Okay, no, he's still up. And legit, as I went to go eat dinner, Pembroke was on the ground and producing damage. And by the way, okay, it was a radar indicated tornado warning for most of its life. So we essentially had a radar indicated EF4 on that day. But that event was actually kind of interesting to track. I remember that day. We started off covering Allendale, and then we had what was it? A town started with a U in South Carolina. That was an EF3. Olden, maybe. I forgot the town name, but the thing is, we're one like short, so I might be safe from having to pronounce that really cursed.
Someone hit the like button.
Yeah, it's just the like button.
Jordan hit the like. Jordan hit the like button.
Why are we tracking?
Or I should have pronounced an extremely difficult thing.
We're tracking swamp ass rain showers. Excuse my language. We're tracking it because I have no life.
Real.
Yeah.
There's a reason I wasn't here up until now.
Yeah, because apparently you have a life.
What should I do? I did have something going on.
Yeah.
What?
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 That's a huge blob. It pretty much covers all of Red River Parish. It's a pretty big blob. That is a blob. It's a nice outfall boundary about to move through Shreveport. Look at that. That is quite the OFB. I wonder what it looks like on velocity. Oh, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Boring. You're a weather guy. You can't have a life. That's true. That is true. Believe it or not, I've been trying to find a job. But you know what? Part of what's been getting me back into streaming is just like, you know what? If this turns out to be successful, this will be my job. But of course, like it, needs to make money. But we'll see. We'll see how it works in the next few months.
Our city.
Wait, Star City. Oh yeah, look, I got my own city. Look at that.
City.
Yeah, look at that. Also, just
Hey, Star. Just look at the light count.
oh boy. All right. What is it? I don't want to do this.
Do it.
I know it's not Worcestershire. I know that. Is it like Worcestershire sauce? Because people in Boston go
Boston.
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 All right. That's my attempt. We're good on that.
You pronounced it wrong.
I pronounced
I
it
looked
wrong.
it up. Do you want to know the official pronunciation?
Yes.
Worcestershire sauce, apparently, according to Google.
I was close enough. We're gonna call it close enough.
No, you were wrong.
Good stream
Okay.
chat. Good stream chat. All right. Anyways, let's go and just get some regional updates. Might as well. We've had a good break. Let's get back into the rhythm here. Little Rock, a lot of rain, some lightning, nothing really significant. Just rain, lightning, maybe some gusty winds. Northern Arkansas, kind of the same thing around Batesville, Newport, Newark, around Strawberry, and that's a nice town, Strawberry. Lynn, I'm not sure what goes on there, but it's a nice town name. Got Alex. And then down in southern Arkansas, kind of same thing as northern Arkansas, just heavy rain, lightning, probably some gusty winds and hail. But really, the only severe storm in Arkansas is this one over here with this wind and hail warn storm for ping pong sized hail. Looks like a little bit of a more of a circulation, a little more of a meso on that storm, but really nothing too organized. Not much change in the story for that cell. Kind of seeing something here, but that may just be the way the storms are interacting with the radar. Maybe not actual circulation. It's just the way that lines up. Yeah, it's just part of the lobe of the radar is just kind of making it look like there's rotation there. Since it's like due south of the radar. Yeah, so that's probably just not like due south, but it's crossing lobes.
I'm talking about stream chat.
Do what? Okay.
Stream chat. Ninja posted something. Take a screenshot, Jordan.
Got a banger cookie? Come on now.
You can just take a screenshot, right?
I don't like you guys anymore. Well, we've got a whole severe blob in northwest Louisiana that's warned for severe wind and hail. And same thing with this little cell up here near Farmerville. So really, those are the only severe warnings on the board right now. Got a long SPS in Maryland, Missouri. Maryland, where that came from, I got no idea. This is Maryland now, guys, all right? I'm coming, this is Maryland. In Missouri for some strong winds. And there actually is a severe warning in Detroit Metro for severe winds. And we kind of knew that was going to be the case. I mean, of course, the SPC has a marginal risk up here. Let's actually go ahead and even a 20 risk up there, too. But marginal risk, isolated severe storms, that's what we're seeing here. Isolated strong severe storms, nothing out of hand, nothing significant. But a lot of rain, though. Look at how much rain. There is so much moisture in the atmosphere. It's just basically just squeezing a wet rag over the region. That's a sauce I gotta try. I really want to try that sauce though. I think I've seen it. It's really popular. Even here in the South, it's kind of popular. But kind of forgot to mute my mic before I took a sip of water. Apologize for that. But yeah, all right. I'm a bit over the saucy talk, and now we need to, and now I guess there isn't really much to talk about these non-tornado-y storms. I guess these storms aren't very tornado-y. What is going on in Helix's stream? I look up and I just see whatever that is. Should I be concerned? Oh. Okay. Alright, well that checks out. Alright, so this is by far the best slop I've ever tracked and streamed for. This is good slop. And maybe the tornado event are the friends we made along the way and the sauces that we've learned about. Maybe that's what it is.
Really is.
Wow, Ole Miss is ahead of Georgia. Oh boy.
Yep.
Hmm.
The fun thing is that Ole Miss plays Oklahoma next week.
Also, if you're a college football fan, thanks for tuning in. Now, unless you're watching college football on the side, Thanks for taking your evening to or afternoon to watch us. Yeah, they're not twistering. They're not very tornado-y. They're not very twistery. They're just there.
Hey, I respect anybody who's watching this and college football at the same time.
Hey,
Respect.
you're
Dedication to the sport.
you're a real person. Okay, you're a real Chad. But I don't know. But what I do know is it is really wet in the Midwest. I mean, it's wet. I mean, it's stanky wet. This is the SKUT profile off the wrap in Southern Illinois, and kind of, it's almost as washed as some college football teams. You know what? I should probably stop because I'm probably gonna offend someone. I'm probably gonna offend someone. Now, I didn't name any teams in particular, so I'm safe there. But I'm just saying, it's been a crazy year. Look, the team here at Weather Track, we are huge CFB fans. Okay, I just want to put you. We're huge on CFB. But that is an understatement. But anyways, a lot of moisture out there, and what am I smelling? Oh, it's dinner. Goodness. So yeah, all of there's just so much moisture out there, and not just the moisture, but the ascent. There's a lot of ascent. You see, not just let's see what this is about 50 to 55 knots of flow at 500 millibars, but also the vectors here are very parallel to the cold front. So that's just allowing all of that moisture in the atmosphere to just lift and form into lots of rain. So there's going to be a greater flooding threat than there will be a severe threat out here along the I-70 corridor in Illinois and Indiana. So it's good that they didn't bring the slight risk up there, because that would have been a dud. But it's a mess. Slap. In fact, the SCP values are really dropped. There's still kind of a pseudo warm front outfall boundary region up there in Missouri and Illinois, but the storms have been so disorganized that they have not been able to take advantage of that environment. And I think it's going to continue. Could we see a tornado out there in Missouri and Illinois within the next 2.5 hours? It's possible, but I don't think it's going to be anything robust. That's a weird shape. STP is new too in Texas, but similar kind of deal. The storms are just so disorganized. And I think part of it too, here's the thing. There's plenty of shear. Good low-level curvature in a photograph, but here's the kicker. Okay, here's the storm motion vector. All right. And here is the mean storm motion. Okay. It's not great. So these storms are not really ingesting as much info as they could. And thus they're really just hail dominant. They're wind and hail dominant, and they're fairly disorganized. So they're just not really good at producing tornadoes. They're good supercells. They're just not taking advantage of the environment. And it's not really a surprise, just given how crappy everything else is. But okay, that's kind of insane. Okay. Have a good opening the group chat. Oh man. Dang, ears hurt. Let's see. I guess everyone's just kind of. Is everyone sort of ending their streams, or what's going on here? Okay, I guess everyone's ending their streams.
Not
So.
storming.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just nothing going on. It's like, why would you? Yeah. All right. Well, what do we even put up there? I didn't plan for this.
Random camera. And
One huge mistake I made with the top box, or actually no, with
oh, yeah.
the whole stream grabber in general. I didn't add any function to interact with the things.
Oh,
So
that's
yeah,
fun. Um,
I'm
can
kind
you
of
get an
in.
Earthbound up there?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
know if
he
there
likes
is
to
an.
stream.
There's one Vicksburg, but like that's like the closest one.
What you think about the event? Yeah, look, I I'm all for a goofy chat. When the weather's not serious, I'm all for a goofy chat.
I don't think you
Oh, Star.
understand. I think how Star describes it is actually an understatement. He is very goofy. Very
No
goofy.
one needs to know that.
Star's very goofy.
Um, how do I copy the link to a video and on the Arkansas traffic camera site?
You don't.
I don't.
No, you can't.
Oh, quad stream is back.
He likes this done, by the way.
Okay, he looks done. All right. This is the same link. That's the same link. Then why is what's going on? Oh, I put the wrong stream on there. Kind of stupid.
Keep back. He's just listening to you.
Well, I know, but I'm trying to figure out why it's not working. It says it's up. Bro, why do you want to power off? Freaking TV, man, wants to turn itself off. I don't know what's going on, man. Hold on, let me just like refresh this and your stream's broken. Why'd your thing not work?
Is there a new stream? A new link? Check
No,
his channel.
I did. I'm fixing it. Little technical difficulties. I promise this will be ironed out in the future. This is just
Hopefully.
beta stuff that is. It doesn't work. Alright. We'll figure it out. It's all his fault. It's not his fault. What does it even say? Hold on. Oh, no, his stream does work. It wants me to sign in. Okay, that's a bug I'm going to have to fix in the future. Why is it YouTube? Why do you do stuff like that? Why would you possibly think that's a good idea? Why?
Data. GATA.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever. Okay, I'm gonna start crashing out.
Data.
Okay, I can probably find an alternative. I can work with this. I can work with this. We're just going to. Yeah, I know, but
We're just going to explode.
that's
Kaboom.
let's just add another browser source. Hey, oh, that works. Okay. Well, look at that. Oh, the chat's broken. How do I get rid of the chat? No. YouTube is horrible. I don't like YouTube anymore. You know what? We do not need a stream source. Just deal with the blank box. We don't need it, man. Just... Hey, we get an MCV down here? Oh, kind of. North of Redfield is a little bit of a, I wouldn't say that much. It looks like a bookend, but not really. Check down the storms in Louisiana. Yeah, not much. Not much change. The NRS has expanded Tornado Watch over to Mississippi River for what counties are those? So that would be whatchamacallit. Dacia, Lincoln, Arkansas, and Phillips counties. Is Phillips County under? No. Not. Phillips County is not under Tornado Watch. Oh, YouTube is terrible. I'm telling you, YouTube is awful. Actually, you know what? I have a solution to this. I think I know what I can do here. That's the wrong source. You're right. 100% correct. Do you work? Dang it. Fail. Okay. I'm just gonna stop messing with it. It's fine. There's not much going on right now. I don't think anyone's be like, I need to see that. You know. What, the Scud? Wait. Why is... Oh. Interesting. I don't know why my the special marine warnings look like that, but cool. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know why. I do not know why.
You should check your settings.
But what I do know...
Oh. This thing's not showing much anyways. It's a building.
Yeah. I'm not too worried about it.
You alert!
Just very blobby, and I am curious as to when things will grow upscale. I think, you know what, I'm going to restart weatherwise because apparently it doesn't auto-update the models. So, yes. There we go. All right, we back. All right, so let's go and just take a look at what the latest HER is saying. What the HERS thinks. And I would say it's, oh boy. Actually not too bad. It does have the line weakening, northern Arkansas, that's correct. And I guess a new line forms kind of behind that outfall boundary and currently around the Shreveport area. And that becomes our QLCS tonight, and boy, that thing looks like it's, kind of uptrending there. Could have some problems there in West Alabama, even Central Alabama tonight. Or I guess tomorrow morning. It's at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know. Do we stream to 4 a.m. so I can so that
Let's go.
You know, we
I'll
can
be
get some local
sleeping.
coverage, but I'll probably. I don't see a realistic way I'll be live for that. But lots of rain, lots of wind going to continue throughout much of the Midwest and Ohio Valley, Tennessee Valley. Does this have wind gusts? Or is it just wind? What's that? Oh, that's kind of weird. I guess I have wind gusts, but it does have wind. And it's going to be breezy. It's going to be a breezy night. So Just again, secure your outdoor objects. Um, and stay inside. At least the good news is though. All right. It won't be that cold behind it's a fairly diffuse cold front. So if you lose power, you're not going to freeze. This is not December, January, February, where we're gonna have a situation where if you lose power, you've got the risk of being cold. Probably not gonna happen. And power outages should remain fairly isolated. I don't think we're gonna have a major problem with power outages. But here's the story. I'm gonna go eat dinner, and I think I'll be fine. But one thing I am gonna do though, I need to make a be right back text
Do that.
because I don't have one. So give me like 2 seconds. But I'll be back because I'm hungry. Oh. Again, everything's in beta. So, hey. Everything will get better, I
It's
promise.
all
Obviously, that's...
okay. White on white. Great idea.
Well, I'm not enabling it yet, but... Right. So, okay. Well, I'll be back here in a little bit. See you guys in a bit. Accident. Hold on, give me a second. That's not what I meant to do.
What the heck?
Sorry about that. Give me a second.
Why don't we go full black?
I apologize for that. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to make a... There we go. That's how it's supposed to go. Alright, I'll be back in a second.
There we go.
I am still monitoring the radar for those of you who are still here waiting for start to return. Quick update here. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cleveland, Arkansas, and Drew counties in Arkansas for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. That would be the one that is uh, ahead of the tornado possible one. That would include Star City. Get GR2 here so I can see more towns for it. Okay, that would include Rye, Cornerville, Glendale, Star City, Tyro, and Florence. Hey, Super, are you there?
I'm here.
Uh, where is the link for Quad Stream?
I should be in stream resources. I just pinged you.
Thank you. Under severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-size hail, 61-hour winds for Cleveland, Jefferson, Lincoln, Prairie, Arkansas, Monroe, Woodruff, Desha, and Lonoke counties in Arkansas. I just realized I didn't call out any cities for that. That would be in effect for Carlisle, Devil's Bluff, Brinkley, Clarendon, Rowe, Ulm, Holly Grove, Casco, Stuttgart, um, Humnoke, Humphrey, Elmira, St. Charles, DeWitt, Cornerstone, Bayou Meadow, Gillett, Snow Lake, Dumas, I think. I think that's how that's pronounced.
All right, be quiet.
Okay.
All right, we back, boys. All right.
We just had a very large, severe issued.
Yeah, I see that. That's a little weird. Goodness gracious, my throat still hurts. Yeah, that the stream being broken on top is a me issue. Actually, it's not. It's not a me issue. It's a freaking YouTube issue. I could say another f word, but I won't do that. I don't do that. That's a pretty large severe warning. I'll tell you that. That's for line segments from Carlisle all the way down to Star City, and what I miss in chat. Yeah, I just hate people. Yeah, some strong, pretty good bow segment right there. Not really tornadic, but definitely a pretty good bow segment. Sabakale producing about 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some hail as well. Same with these storms down here, down towards Star City, Banks, and Hampton, Arkansas. Northern Louisiana, just that big old blob continues to be severe warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Not a huge deal. And small.
Also, there's a new MD out.
Oh.
For let's see what states. It is for northwest Arkansas, southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, the tip of southwestern Indiana.
That is an hour ago. Dang, I missed that.
Western Kentucky and northwestern Tennessee.
It was an hour ago, but I'll still show it. Just them probably issuing a new SVA in the next little bit. But they'll probably issue that in like 5 minutes from now, I bet. Yeah, also, I don't know what Shreveport did in this warning, but instead of, they just did small hail and just had the warning be just like less than one. Instead of doing like less than 0.75, which is penny, they did just small hail. I'm curious how the banner treats that, though. I'm going to see if it pops up on the banner and see how the hazards are treated.
I'd assume it would just put it as lesson sign 1.0.
It might do that. I don't think I coded that in because it's okay. It just doesn't do anything at all.
Oh, okay. I thought it would just extract the text.
Well, I mean, it's fine.
part.
I mean, it should. That's what it should do. But I guess it's fine because the if a warning is going to be issued for sub-severe hail, which you just do less than penny-sized hail and nickel-sized hail, you wouldn't do less than 1 inch hail. I don't know why Shreveport did that.
Or you just don't put it in the thing. You just
yeah,
just for 60 and you're
yeah,
done
just
with
don't
it.
put it in there either. But the way that the hazards are extracted in the banner is from the hazard text at the bottom of the warning. So
Well,
yeah,
that's what I thought, but
Shreveport's
it
just
would've
weird.
done. So like
Shreveport's
it would
really
just do lesson sign 1.0, but I guess not.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fine because it's already kind of sub-severe hail anyway. It's not like it's gonna show up in the thing, and that's fine. I'm not worried about it. But it's just weird. Like, can we just be consistent? I don't get it. But I don't know. Okay, that may actually be an MCV right there. Let's see. Yeah, kinda. It's
As
very
of
weak.
5:53, we have a tornado watch cancellation for portions of Shreveport's area.
Yeah, so Shreveport's out of the tornado watch, and so is part of Northeast Texas. I'm willing to bet they're going to cancel it for East Texas too in a little bit, because that watch goes till what, 8?
Let's see, I'm gonna
9.
list out the counties that were canceled here. Says in Arkansas, it cancels 3 counties: Columbia, Hempstead, Lafayette, Miller, Nevada. Louisiana, 3 parishes are canceled: Bossier, Caddo, and Webster. And in Texas, Cass, Gregg, Harrison, Marion, Smith, and Upshur counties are canceled.
Word. All right. Well, I don't. It's hard to say. It's one of those events where it's really like, are we winding down? That's it's like it's hard to say we're winding down when the event never really was amazing anyway. And of course, again, it's not surprising us that we're only getting some isolated severe storms and isolated tornadoes. It's not. It's just like we're in a position. It's like, what do we cover? And a lot of wind for sure. Areas in Stuttgart, DeWitt, Gillette, Gold, Grady. I guess Clinton isn't in that severe warning, but no, actually no, they are. They are. My apologies. And up towards Brinkley, those areas will likely see some severe winds, maybe some hail. Where that hail could be, can look at that. Really, anywhere in the line. Probably more so down towards Pine Bluff, where there's a little more structure for hail than just wind. But the story is really just going to be wind for most of tonight. That's good. I think we'll see a couple isolated tornadoes, but nothing out of hand. Go ahead.
You may want to find something to replace quads with. He's done streaming for the night.
Yeah, I just gotta figure out what I want to replace it with, because I gotta figure out how to. Is there a way I can interact? Give me like 1 second. Hold on. There might be a way I can do this. No, it doesn't give me interactivity with the... Okay, well that's another thing I'm gonna fix is allow me to interact with the feeds themselves. I wonder if Carmen... I doubt he's still streaming. There's no way he's still streaming. I mean, he is, but it's just the interior of a car, and of course I can't play any YouTube videos because they're fucking... I don't know.
You are lucky this is not a TV channel, because that would probably get you punished.
Probably would. But here at Weather Track US, we do anything we want. Yeah, Okay, yeah, I will definitely fix that by the next stream. I'm gonna figure out, after I'm done streaming, just write everything down that I've spoken about and just fix it.
I guess maybe you could replace it with MRMS radar.
I like your thinking. I like your thinking. I do like your thinking. I like it. I can do GR Earth. For sure I can do GR Earth. Here's a new MCD. That's an old MCD. Never mind. I lied. MCD. Turn off satellite. Bango bango bomb. Again, I should stress future streams will not be disorganized. This is the first stream that we've done that we've been able to test everything live and use everything live. In fact, we had a similar case when we were moving over to this sort of layout a couple of years ago. So testing is just... We probably would have done this event not live and just did like a mock stream for today, but I don't know. We did it live. Anyways. What's up, Livid? Let's see. Let me put window capture up here. Put GR Earth up there. Heck yeah. See, this is why every like weather team needs like a ninja on their team. Cuz he comes up with ideas like this.
I mean, it's kind of my job as a future broadcast meteorologist, you know? Come up with ideas on the fly.
That's very true. And normally I'm not like this bad at anything. I mean, usually I'm a little better at when it comes to doing things on the fly. It's just, man, there's so many things going on. I'm still learning and things that I'm working on. It's not my first time streaming. I know it looks like it, but it's just when we're for the first time actually using several new tools and stuff like that in its first deployment, there's a lot. It probably would have been better for us to just do a mock stream, an offline mock stream, but I'm not too worried about it. You guys are along for the ride, so.
By the way, is there a particular reason why the window capture section looks more low res compared to the SBC one? More pixelated.
That's a really good question. I don't know. It could be scaling. It could be just the way that it's scaling, but WTS Radar App 1, I've given some sneak peeks. Well, I've been giving some hints, but I shall keep my mouth silent on that.
I would say you could probably put that GR2 in GR2 GR Earth in motion, because it doesn't look completely static.
Because it's kind of doing the spazzing thing. Give me 1 second.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
No, I've got an idea. How do I type in here? Why is it not letting me? Bruh. I have to use
Hope
buttons?
it's not spazzing anymore.
No, because it loaded in all the data. I'm just going to do a 30-minute loop. There we go. How's that? Does that look better?
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. So, and of course, this SPC box here, we're also going to be doing something with that as well. So there's more to come. It's just a reintroduction to streaming and getting back into the rhythm of it because we need to. But I would say overall, outside of the technical difficulties we've had today, I would say the stream's been pretty good. I have had a blast doing this day, especially with having everybody here and everybody watching, even when we had the tornado. And it's great to be able to communicate with the community and talk to people and have people talk to us and all that. It's fun. I love it. I love it when it's like this. So, I think GR Earth got an update earlier this year to add place file functionality, but don't expect any GR products to have any UI changes in the next 30 years. Like just because yeah, that's
Gibson Ridge himself likes the old aesthetic more, I think.
yeah, and that's by the way part of why we're kind of working towards something else. But anyways, we have a severe warning for Tulsa. Interestingly, it is warned for $half size tail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Look at that.
Oh, that was unexpected. I didn't even have their chat open anymore.
Well, I mean, it's kind of. I need to fix this color table. It's flashbang, man.
Ah, that hurts.
Yeah. How do I fix it? I don't know.
Is there maybe a way to limit data?
I know it works on reflectivity. I don't think it works on this product, but this cell could produce some hail, or likely produce some hail. So Lot C, Sand Springs, Tulsa Metro. You're going to want to be indoors and away from windows until the storm passes, as it could produce some hail damage that you don't want to be. Yeah. I think what it is just the radar that's loading in. It kind of has a lot of gaps in between the frames. I don't know if that's anything that going to be fixed, or even I think it can be fixed, but I don't think it's anything that's going to be fixed. It's been I mean, I've used GR Earth for a long time. It's always been a thing in GR Earth. Just what it is. Basically, once you let the data load in, it's perfectly fine. So, I just deal with it. One thing too, I've also got to fix my GPU usage because I'm running at like 50% usage with 70 degrees. It's pretty hot. That's why this room's so hot, is because of my GPU, but I'll fix it. Alright, well, it is 6 o'clock, and we are sitting here with... I also gotta fix that, too. Oh well. Sitting with a few severe warnings, nothing really out of hand. Still going to be an event with wind and hail through much of the evening. I think we'll still be in this kind of lull for a little while. And we'll probably pick back up. I see probably where our QLCS is going to develop here tonight. And it's going to be right here. Right now it's in much cooler air, much more stable air, but once it moves to the southeast, it will gain some steam as more moisture gets pulled up from the Gulf, and that enters a more unstable environment. But outside of that, this is a case where it's like, I think what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and call it here, and then if things get out of hand, which I doubt, we're not just going to come out for one tornado, but if things really start to kind of get pretty mean, then we'll come back. But this is a case where it's just, of course we'll cover on Twitter, we'll watch everything and just kind of see how things progress throughout the evening and nighttime hours. But yeah, I'm either going to replace my GPU. I'll probably get like a 3070 or something. I think a 3070 will be a little better. Or if I can afford it after a while, I'll hold off and get a 40 series card. But yeah, it's just the case where we just got to watch things and see how things progress over the nighttime or the evening hours. And look at Michigan. I doubt it's going to look like this. I doubt it, but there's a possibility the entire state of Michigan could be covered in rain. I doubt it's going to happen, but if it does, that's going to be a radar screenshot of all time. I'm telling you, that's interesting.
Wow, that's a lot of rain.
That's a lot of rain. So,
out of curiosity, what are the rain totals out of that?
total precipitation. Let's see here. Quite a bit. I mean, that could definitely lead to some flooding in some areas.
Oh boy.
4 to 5 inches in some areas. So yeah, not too great. Detroit more like Atlantis. All right, but yeah, I think we'll go ahead and call it an evening. Obviously, we'll come back if anything serious happens. Get subscribed and turn notifications in case we do come back. Our coverage between that time will be over on Twitter, so we'll have more coverage on there. But hopefully you all enjoyed the stream. I apologize for all the technical difficulties and some of the things that went on. I did a lot of testing before the stream, and over the past few weeks I've been developing these tools, but we haven't had a situation where we've had multiple warnings and watches and everything kind of go on. So it's been hard to actually test everything in an operation like this. So I promise you the next stream is not going to be this buggy. We're going to have so much. It's going to be a lot easier next stream. It's just the way that it worked out this stream. And overall, outside of that, I feel like this stream was great. And of course, everybody here, I think we peaked at 87 viewers, which is pretty good. I really was happy to see that. I'm really happy to see everyone here. So we hope this is the beginning of a very bright future for us, and actually me being disciplined to be more consistent with this. Also, speaking of that, as far as videos are concerned, our next video here maybe Monday or Tuesday. I'm trying to keep it more Monday or Tuesday, and Thursday being the main video. Trying to keep at least a 1 to 2 video per week schedule. I'm being pinged. I'll respond to that in a second. But yeah. Difficulty is insane. But what's the thing about redoing? Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely adding more scenes, more things to this stream. Again, this is basic. I mean, even though to some may have looked pretty complex, there's so much more we're going to be adding in the coming weeks. We just have to have the time to do it. It's usually hard during spring and even summer when the weather is pretty active. We have to have a really quiet period so we can really work on everything. But yeah, also you guys are free to promote the stream, share it, and promote really promote the channel as a whole. But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. I don't know if Super's still here or if Ninja or Rome want to say anything. But
Not really. I was just gonna provide a quick update on the football side in the chat.
So the game I'm worried about. All right, you know what? I can look it up. Okay, Georgia won. All right. Yay, Georgia won. Oh goodness. All right, I'm sorry. I'm clapping there. I'm clapping. But And also that green screen behind me, that will eventually be moving to a portable background behind me. So we'll actually have a real green screen behind me at some point. It's just not right now. But so much to do over the. My brain is. So, anyways, all right. I appreciate everybody tuning in today. It's been a great stream, even though it's a pretty sloppy event. I have no complaints. Today went well. So, again, like I mentioned, if things get hectic by any means, we'll come back and do more live coverage. But other than that, that will do it for today. Thank you all for tuning in. And until next time, I will see you guys. I butchered that. I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a good night, everybody.